Good evening and welcome to the Thousand Oaks City Council meeting for Tuesday, March 30th. The meeting is hereby called to order. We still have some technical difficulties with our translation line. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Engler, would you please lead us in the pledge to our flag?
It'd be my pleasure, Madam Mayor. Please join with me in honoring our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. You may have noticed we're no longer doing the moment of silence for our COVID victims. We have seen an improvement in the COVID infection and death rates, and therefore it's looking much, much better now. And with that, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember McNamee?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Here.
And Mayor Bill de la Pena.
And I'm present. Thank you very much. We don't have anything in terms of announcements, special announcement, or anything like that. This is a study session. It is not a formal city council meeting, so it will be a little bit more casual. We do have public comments, however, and all public comments for the study session will be heard here. And Madam Clerk, could you please announce that?
This is a time and place for public comments. All public input for the study session shall be heard at this time. Please state your name and community of residence for the record. Please remain muted until the mayor calls your name. If you need Spanish translation or would like to speak in Spanish, please call 805-449-2152. Si necesita traducción al español o lo que estaría hablar en español, por favor llame al 805-449-2152. 24 individuals have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes and 6 minutes for speakers requesting translation services.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker of the evening is Rachel Gula, followed by Tim Gallagher and Rosanna Guerra. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Being born and raised in Conejo Valley, I honestly love our city of Thousand Oaks. I admire how the city values public safety, providing a family-friendly place to call home. Like every other person whose skin looks like mine, I was born with a special power, white privilege. Whiteness is a social construct, sometimes so subtle we do not notice it's there. However, even with this privilege, I do not feel safe here. I don't feel safe when our Black, Indigenous, and neighbors of color are being threatened by white supremacy every single day. In Thousand Oaks, I have witnessed racist violence in the form of physical assault, intimidation, and verbal harassment. However, I've witnessed a far more dangerous act, which is silence. Silence and inaction is withholding white supremacy. Ventura County has declared racism a public health crisis, which proves that it needs to be addressed with urgency and included as a top 10 priority for the city. In March 16th's meeting, Ed Jones denied that systemic and institutional racism exists in Thousand Oaks. To quote Jones, "All the years I've been here, I've never known either one. I've never seen racism here," end quote. This dangerous message of denial harmfully erases BIPOC experiences. You were elected into this position. Your job is to ensure public safety and health, and to ensure that all residents feel safe. I strongly urge Ed Jones and the rest of City Council to listen and engage in anti-racist education led by BIPOC educators. To promote public confidence and trust, I strongly urge Thousand Oaks to add a City Council norm to repair harm when committed by a council member to anyone on council or in the community. And to establish an equity commission to continue the work of addressing issues of racism, discrimination, and prejudice on a systemic and institutional level. Nearly 500 people have signed the petition from grassroots organization 805 Resistance, urging the adoption of a resolution for diversity, inclusion, and equity of all. Racism and white supremacy needs to be treated like the public health crisis that it is. We need to act with urgency. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Gallagher, followed by Rosanna Guerra, and then Kat Selm.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Tim Gallagher, a resident of Simi Valley and the president of Homes for Generations of Ventura County. As you discuss the council's goals tonight, I'm aware that one of your critical goals is to create affordable housing for sale. Homes for Generations can help you with this goal. Homes HGVC is a nonprofit that Matthew Phenip and I formed last year. It's a community land trust. There are 225 of these land trusts around the nation, but ours is the first in Ventura County to focus on affordable housing for sale. Community land trusts are complicated organizations, but easy to understand if you think of it like this. We take the cost of the land out of the equation. The trust owns the land, the homeowner buys the house. This effectively cuts the cost of owning a home in half. The challenge for HGVC is to find land and then to either purchase it or to receive it in donation. We then work with home builders to build the homes. When we work with a city such as Thousand Oaks, we develop income requirements for the home buyers. Typically, we work with Habitat for Humanity, which handles the income qualifications as well as the other requirements for the buyers. The homeowner gets a bank loan to buy the house from Habitat, and the homeowner leases the land under the house from HGVC for about $100 a month. These homes stay affordable forever because of the deed the homeowner signs. The homeowner agrees that they will sell the house only to someone who meets the same income requirements. And when that family purchases the home, the lease starts all over again. These homes never come off deed restriction and stay affordable for as long as the house stands. In Thousand Oaks, we have identified a parcel for sale and have designed a project that would create 33 homes for sale, affordable homes. These 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes of around 1,500 square feet would be built by Habitat for Humanity and sell for about $325,000. I'm going to say it again, $325,000 for a new home in Thousand Oaks. We have met with city staff and are proceeding down the path to negotiation. We will come back to you at a future date to talk to you about the parcel we have in mind, and we hope we can count on your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallagher. Appreciate that information. Next up, we have Rosanna Guerra, followed by Kat Selm, and then Bartola Cache. We'll need Spanish translation. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Bill de la Pena and City Council. My name is Rosanna Guerra, and I am a resident of Thousand Oaks since '93. I wanted to speak to a few points that are listed on your list of priorities for 2021 and 22. Point 2 and point 7 address the needed housing in our city, not only for the homeless, but for those in our city that qualify for low-income housing, but none is available. Although 3 potential developments have come before the board to address some overall housing issue, a greater creative look and outreach to nonprofit developers should be welcome or recruited. The California Department of Aging has addressed the need for incentives to developers in their recent senior master plan, which I can make available to City Council, that address the need for housing for our homeless and low-income seniors, just to name that particular population. Point 4 discusses the need for post-pandemic community recovery. My hope is that you will assign funds for mental health recovery, dealing with the grief, loss, long-term illness, and isolation that was experienced by our community. Our senior community suffered a disproportionate amount of loss and isolation for over a year. The effects of this sustained trauma should be addressed by using mental health intervention. Finally, point number 10 speaks to equity and inclusion, and that means creating a community that consistently is welcoming to all. So therefore, I'm proposing boards that report to City Council made up of community members that represent these specific populations should be one of those first steps as you outlined. Thank you for your time and consideration of these ideas.
Thank you. We have Kat Selm next, followed by Bartola Cache and Lillian Teran, and the latter two needing Spanish translation, please. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Kat Selm, and I'm a renter here in Thousand Oaks. And I'd like to speak to you tonight about two major topics that I believe don't have enough representation in the year's goals and priorities, which is climate change and racial equity and inclusion. While the recent NorCal mega fires, the Tennessee floods, the shootings in Atlanta, and the murder of George Floyd did not happen in Thousand Oaks, these national events really affect us all, and we all contribute in some way to their occurrence. We all experience the impacts of climate change and contribute to its cause, and many community members here experience racial profiling and various injustices on the daily. One of the priorities for the fiscal year is to create and adopt a climate and environmental action plan, but that's the only mention of climate in the goals or priorities for this year. Climate change doesn't wait for our planning exercises, and it doesn't care about our fiscal years. The wildfires and the droughts wait for no one. The carbon we're adding to the atmosphere right now will be with us for a very long time. So I'd like to see a commitment by the City Council every year to climate change mitigation and adaptation. And on the topic of the environment, while the environmental justice element to the general plan is much needed and sparked some pretty good conversation with the community at the last council meeting, you've been told by many community members of color that it's not enough. A citywide goal should be to make Thousand Oaks a more equitable community and identify ways to make it more inclusive to BIPOC people of all backgrounds. In addition, City Council members should engage in anti-racism education led by BIPOC educators. There's a clear need for some training like this for council members, made apparent by some of the rhetoric heard at the last council meeting on environmental justice. And on a related note, a City Council norm should be added regarding steps to repair harm when committed by a council member to anyone on the council or in the community. I hope that you listen to your constituents tonight on these most pressing matters for the year to come, and I thank you for your time and attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Bartola Cache, followed by Lillian Teran. Good evening.
Bartola.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening. Adelante.
¿Sí ya puedo hablar?
Sí,
Hola, mi nombre es Bartola Canché.
my name is Bartola Cache. I have 3 kids.
Y vivo en Newbury Park.
I live in Newbury Park in Thousand Oaks.
Primero, les doy las gracias
First, I thank you
por la interpretación.
for the interpretation.
La interpretación es genial.
The interpretation is very good, but it's just the start.
Sea una prioridad eliminar las barreras del idioma.
Making it a priority to get rid of the language barriers
En todos los aspectos de la ciudad.
in
Escuelas,
everything that has to
parques
do with the city, parks,
y más otras cosas más.
and any other events and things in the city.
Yo voy a la escuela de inglés, pero
I
de
go
todos modos no entiendo
to
muy bien.
school to learn English, but I still don't understand very well.
Y por eso les doy las gracias por el esfuerzo que hacen
And that's why I thank you for the effort
para la interpretación.
to having someone to interpret.
Gracias.
Thank you. ¿Eso es todo?
Sí.
Gracias, Bartola. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, the City of Thousand Oaks is doing this for the first time. We are still having glitches, so please be patient with us as we try to get used to the Zoom platform using translation services. It is not all that easy. All right, next up we have Lillian Teran, followed by Clint, and then Cindy Liu.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. City.
En personal
and staff.
Mi nombre es Lilian Terán. Yo vivo en Thousand Oaks.
My name is Lilian Tiran and I live in Thousand Oaks.
Soy la presidenta de Adelante Comunidad Conejo.
I'm the president of Adelante Comunidad Conejo.
Nosotros somos parte de la coalición de
We are part
organizaciones
of the
que
coalition of
trabajamos
organizations
en
that
el
work
tema de
together
equidad en nuestra ciudad.
with inclusion in our city.
Nosotros somos Conejo Unido.
We are Conejo Unido.
Hoy quiero pedirle a la
Today, I
ciudad
want to ask the city to please take into account
adoptar goles para
to adopt
trabajar en
goals
incremento de la equidad y la
to
inclusión
work into increment the equity in all of our city. And the reason
considero que esto es importante
that I think this is important
porque de repente a personas como yo
is because
nos toca vivir cuestiones de
people like us who are Latinas sometimes have to face some racism in our community.
quiero compartir con ustedes
I want to
algo que me
share
pasa
something that happens
para la organización.
when I go make some purchases for the organization.
Hoy he seguido a la tienda
I
de
go very often
comprar Fabuloso,
to the store to buy Fabuloso and bleach.
todo el tiempo las personas
All the
siempre
time, the
preguntan, "Oye,
people, white people, when they see me, they start asking me, do you have a lot of houses to clean?
oh, tú tienes un negocio de limpieza."
Or do you have a cleaning business?
Y la realidad es que yo
And
tengo
reality
en
is that I have a degree in my country.
este país decidí ser
In
una
this
ama de
country,
casa
I decided to be a homemaker and to volunteer and study and learn English
y a dedicarme a atender a mis hijas.
and to take care of my daughters.
Entonces quiero decirles a
So I want to tell you and share that a month ago, I felt that my safety was in danger.
una persona que quería brincarse la fila
One person who wanted to skip the line because there were like 30 people and I was the next one. When this person saw I had 50 Fabulosos and 50 bleaches with me, this person approached me,
no siguió las reglas de distanciamiento social.
didn't follow the social distancing. He was next to me, looking straight in my eyes, and I cannot repeat what he told me.
Pero básicamente me estaba
But basically, he was asking me,
qué pasaba con todo lo, por qué estaba comprando tantas cosas.
why was I buying so many things?
En ese momento mi cabeza
In that moment,
pues, este hombre me va a golpear.
I was thinking so many things like this man is going to hit me,
Ninguna de las personas que estaba ahí
and none of the people there said anything to defend me,
ni siquiera los empleados de la tienda,
not even the store employees,
porque él era un hombre blanco.
because he was a white man.
Entonces lo único que se me ocurrió contestar
So the only thing I thought of answering is, all this is for a pantry, to give to a pantry.
la verdad tuve mucho miedo, pero
I was very afraid, but hopefully, thank God, nothing happened.
quiero agradecerles realmente
I want to really thank you, the effort that you're doing to give us some interpretation. That means that you're listening to us and you're working to make this more accessible for all the residents.
muchísimas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you very much for your time.
Gracias a usted. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Clint, followed by Cindy Lou, and then Colleen Anderson. Good evening, Clint.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Clint, and I'm a renter here in Thousand Oaks. As a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition, I am urging you to place climate change and community resiliency on your list of priorities. Climate change has been called the greatest threat to human health in history. Biodiversity loss, droughts, pandemics, pollution, wildfires, and extreme weather events all present an existential threat to all living beings on this planet. I'd like to commend the Thousand Oaks Sustainability Division for all that they are doing to address the climate crisis. The Climate and Environmental Action Plan stakeholders meetings have been excellent, and I applaud the city for making them available. But we would like to see a commitment to implementing the CAP and would like to see robust climate mitigation and adaptation measures in the Conejo Valley. And while it's commendable that the city is addressing environmental justice, much more is needed when it comes to racial justice. The Thousand Oaks City Council should reinstate an inclusionary housing ordinance, adopt an equity resolution, and create an equity commission. Addressing systemic racism and the scourge of white supremacy should absolutely be a top priority for the city. This will make Thousand Oaks a more equitable community for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. 805 Resistance has provided you a roadmap to guide this process and will be a valuable organization that can help Thousand Oaks move towards a more inclusive and equitable future. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next up, Cindy Lou, followed by Colleen Anderson and Jennifer Lobenhofer. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy Lou, and I live in Newbury Park. I've been here for about 15 years. It's my understanding that tonight's discussion will guide the next 2 years, $20 million, and the implementation of $14.4 million granted by President Biden as part of the COVID relief. High stakes for all involved. With such high stakes for tonight's study session, I wonder, how are the council members supposed to choose and justify their choice to the public if there is no published tool for evaluation, some sort of rubric that aligns each potential goal to the city's shared values and clearly highlights the impact to community stakeholders, budget, and other metrics like environmental impact, economy, and transportation? An easy-to-use evaluation tool and rubric would also provide the public with transparency and ease of accountability, leading to meaningful community impact. As to future goals, I want to thank all the speakers for speaking up on the prevalence of racism in our city. I assure you it is alive and prevalent here. I have been told to go back to China, and as I see my elders targeted and brutally attacked, on the very same day we heard council members deny and deflect racism exists, 6 Asian women were murdered in Atlanta. As to future goals, I certainly support equity training on racism and ableism to be a top priority for our city, for all staff and council members. We have a lot of work to do here. Please increase representation for disabled population across all existing commissions, such as the Planning Commission, Transportation Commission, Commission on Aging. Adding such a seat to those tables would help eliminate silos and get representation. I love the proposed goal in number 10 and would want more details and specifics on how you would achieve that goal. Also, I want to reiterate the idea of an equity council and/or a community liaison on equity, inclusion, belonging. 4, please consider creating greater connectivity and partnership with the school district. After all, that draws people to our city and our highly rated schools in CVUSD. 5, fifth suggestion, please get support on survey bias. The budget survey had only 3 questions. The 2020 survey did not ask any questions on disability and accessibility or track our demographic as a stakeholder group. Across all related economic, recovery, housing, infrastructure, please prioritize the disabled community, the aging community, and our essential workers, hourly workers, of those communities have been hit hardest by COVID. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Colleen Anderson, hello. Jennifer Lobenhofer, and then Kyle Warbach. Colleen?
I'm unmuting. All right, there we go. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all. And thank you so much for letting me voice my support for your priorities. My particular priority that I would like to promote is to expand and update our fire mitigation practices for the city, and particularly on coastal-controlled lands. Our open space is a precious resource, and it ranks among the top reasons we all love to live here. Through foresight and continued acquisition, the city of Thousand Oaks has established a literal ring of protected open space around our entire city. And this unique benefit brings unique risk. Because we are surrounded by city open space, we are all subject to what fire mitigations the city's appointed steward of the open space, that's COSCA, does or does not do. COSCA's fire mitigation policies, as directed by VCFD, Ventura County Fire Department, consist primarily of maintaining 10 feet of clearance from public roadways and 100 feet of clearance from property lines. Their practices have not changed for decades, even after the Woolsey fire. COSCA relies on one scientific theory that fire mitigation doesn't work for our area because our fires are wind-driven. In addition to COSCA's minimum fire mitigation practices, residents and businesses continue to do a good job of executing clearance of 100 foot of defensible space annually, and they've been doing that for the past several decades. But the Woolsey fire made clear that this status quo isn't enough. Yes, our fires are wind-driven, but just as in the Woolsey fire, our fires are most likely to start in open space. Relying on community-maintained defensible space to protect our city is not enough. California has been ravaged by fires over the last 4 years, and many people before me commenting tonight have mentioned climate change. The wildfires have produced up to half the air pollution in the western United States over the last several years. Damage to our environment, the climate impact, the health, and the economic impacts have been devastating. In addition, many Thousand Oaks residents have had their fire insurance canceled or seen their rates quadruple over the last few years. But here the city can help as well. The California Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara, is working to pass fire insurance regulations requiring insurers to recognize community-level mitigation efforts in their rate setting. So this means that the City Council and VCFD and COSCA have direct power and responsibility to update and expand community open space fire mitigation practices to support robust fire insurance options at the best possible rates for Thousand Oaks. You should definitely prioritize expanding and updating our fire mitigation practices in the COSCA open space. Between SoCal Edison settlements paid to the city, COSCA, VCFD, and CRPD, the funding is there. No one is talking about clear cutting our open space. We're simply asking for improvements such as proven environmentally ideal options like goats for brush clearance, such as Agora, Calabasas, and Anaheim already do, and using technology to analyze and determine where and how to expand fire breaks in open space to improve our firefighting capabilities.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Lobenhofer, Kyle Rohrbach, and then Willie Lupka.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Jennifer Lobenhofer, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I come before you this evening to urge you to prioritize efforts to increase housing affordability in our community. It is no secret that housing is a significant challenge for many in this community. The income required to rent an average 2-bedroom apartment in Thousand Oaks is more than $100,000 a year. To rent a 3-bedroom house, it's greater than $128,000. Paying the mortgage for the median price Thousand Oaks home requires a household income of $117,000, and that doesn't even mention the down payment for a $700,000 home. These prices create a housing burden for moderate income workers in our community and put housing out of reach for lower income families. Expanding housing affordability is critical to achieving many other community goals and increasing overall livability and equity in Thousand Oaks. Over the past year, we have all repeatedly and very appropriately expressed much gratitude to essential workers, the people who care for our children and our elders, who stock our grocery shelves, who provide critical health, transportation, and other services. Let's demonstrate our gratitude to them by embracing them as full members of our community, able to live as well as work here, and to avail themselves of the educational, cultural, and recreational assets of which we are so justifiably proud. Housing that is affordable is also imperative for our economic development goals. We cannot attract or retain employers, small or large, in biotech or in other industries, if we can't ensure there are accessible housing options for the skilled workforce they need. To meet the needs of our community and our workforce, we need a diverse range of housing choices to foster inclusivity and economic vitality. not only rental apartments and single-family homes, but homeownership and rental options of all sizes and shapes, especially the so-called missing middle housing, such as townhouses and duplexes. I encourage you to utilize the housing element update process to thoroughly and proactively explore innovative ways to meet our community's housing needs and the full range of tools and policy opportunities for doing so. I urge you to think broadly about how we might utilize strategies such as partnering with nonprofit housing providers and considering non-traditional development approaches to the benefit of our community. Creation of affordable, accessible housing opportunities is a necessary precondition for success in many of our city's goals and in maintaining the quality of life we hold dear. I ask you to affirm it as a priority for Council in the coming year. Thank you all for your time and attention this evening and for your service to our community.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, we have Kyle Rohrbach, followed by Willie Lupka, and then Beverly Wurst. Hi, Kyle.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Bill de la Pena, Mayor Pro Tem Engler, council members, city staff, and of course, the Thousand Oaks community. My name is Kyle Rohrbach. I do business here, volunteer with the Y, a board member of TO Arts, a resident. But tonight, I speak to you through the scope of perhaps my most important lens, and that is as a parent, one who desires for my son to grow up learning the power of equity and understand the value of privilege. It is with that view that I champion Priority 10 tonight, and I see the efforts ensuring diversity, equity, and inclusion are a part of our general plan, but 2045 is too late, and truthfully, 2021 is too late. The time for Black squares on our Instas and occasional, often performative Facebook posts has come and gone. It is critical that our city not simply make a numbered priority out of the well-being of our most marginalized and pained communities. We need to publicly acknowledge that modern plagues like systemic racism exist, and they exist here. Sexism, misogyny, ableism, all affect our residents, and ignorance is not tolerated as an excuse for allowing something as basic as universal human dignity to go unrecognized in Thousand Oaks. Now, I am thankful for city staff for making sure this goal has been included on tonight's proposed list of priorities. Now, you must ensure that this goal, which has consequences no less fundamental than the well-being of our neighbors, is specific, and that it's measurable and speaks to the urgency of the issue. You know, I've had the privilege of living here since I was 5, which provides a perspective on how this city has evolved, how we've held on to and expanded that which we do best. We have demanded the fierce protection of our open space, and we have miles and miles of trail to show for it. We have incubated one of the largest and most successful biotech industries in the world right here in our backyard, and lives are saved because of it. We have faced unspeakable tragedy and have seen each other become closer through it all. When we put our intention and our resources to work, we have proven that we can tackle anything. Now is the time to take that same fortitude and invest it where it matters most, in our friends and our neighbors who are demanding that all we do is see them, hear them, and choose them. And when it comes time to decision making, look around the room, and if they aren't there, include them. Thank you for the privilege of speaking tonight. Have a good night.
Thank you, and a good night to you as well. Willie Lupka is next, Beverly Wurst after that, and then David Lake by telephone.
Good evening, all. My name is Willie Lupka. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I hope you like my sweatshirt. That's Newbury Park Panthers right there. I'm a member of an organization in our community called Buen Vecino, which is Spanish for good neighbor. We are part of the Conejo Unido Coalition. I want to commend the council for last week's study session on health equity and environmental justice. Mr. Ramey's presentation represented a tremendous amount of work and showed a genuine commitment to equity and inclusion. The presentation included a slide reflecting feedback from stakeholder groups in the community through a series of meetings that were held. Those points were honest and powerful and appreciated. One of those points was about the existence of an exclusionary mindset in our community. Having lived here for 20 years, that comment didn't surprise me at all. I was surprised and dismayed by the pushback on that point that came later in the meeting. The point of acknowledging an exclusionary mindset is not to say that Thousand Oaks is a bad place or that council members have conspired to exclude anyone. The point is to acknowledge the uncomfortable truth that a dark side exists alongside all of the good, a dark side that is powerful and contrary to the goals of equity and inclusion. I'm going to share a post I copied from the website Nextdoor from one of my neighbors. What would you do if you were minding your own business, working hard, trying to earn an honest living, and out of nowhere, a person comes up to you, points at you, starts cursing at you, calls you names, assuming that because you are Latino, you're a wetback, you should go back to Mexico, and flips you off? This happened today, completely unprovoked. The person was Caucasian. What would you do if this happened? That story was one of countless examples of an exclusionary mindset. My neighbor's experience was chilling to me. My family lost many people during the Holocaust. We know that racism and bigotry are not only sick, offensive, and unjust, they're dangerous. An exclusionary mindset is a real issue that impacts people's lives every day in many ways. I hope you will respect and listen to the concerns of members of our community. Council members, I pray that you will embrace the value we shall overcome by making racial justice, equity, and inclusion explicit priorities for Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Wurst, followed by David Lake, and then Danielle Borgia with the Chamber. Good evening. Beverly?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, City Council members. My name is Beverly Wirtz. I am a 12-year resident of Thousand Oaks and wanted to bring up an issue with the general plan. Firstly, I am not sure that the questions asked have been posed in the right way. They have been posed so that the only way to answer is to increase build out to 81,333 units. That is the biggest issue I see with the general plan. Please get honest feedback from your residents who moved to the city for its suburban, urban feel. Secondly, I wanted to address the water issues if the build out occurs. As the general plan is being developed to allow more development in the city, our water use needs to be addressed to accommodate the increased population. One option used in our neighbor water treatment facility, Los Virgenes Water District, has put in an advanced wastewater treatment method to allow for water reuse. We should do this as well to reduce our water rates and become less dependent on imported water from Los Angeles. This should be part of the consideration in developing the general plan. Please develop a water reuse plan for our city. Thank you for your service to our beautiful city, and I'm excited to see what you will do to responsibly develop our city and decrease our greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Thank you. On the phone now is David Lake, followed by Danielle Borgia with our Chamber of Commerce, and then Kami Ferris. Hi there.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I'm on the Zoom call.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, staff, and fellow citizens. It's really gratifying to hear my fellow citizens speak out on behalf of these wonderful goals and priorities, such as social justice and increasing social and environmental justice. improving affordable housing accessibility, and so forth. In addition to these critical goals and priorities, Thousand Oaks City Council also has one bit of low-hanging fruit on the list. And that is thanks to efforts of Councilman McNamee, we know that the situation that affects the Wildwood neighborhood from the incredible increase in traffic, noise, pollution, and crime brought about by a transportation planning oversight that directs currently 500 to 1,000 daily car trips to our small corner of paradise can be fixed. And it can be fixed for very little effort, and it can be fixed in a way that is revenue positive for the city and the county. I'd like to ask that you make this small effort, save the city and county quite a bit of money, reduce the hazards for the Wildwood neighborhood significantly, and reroute some of this traffic to other parking areas for Wildwood Park. This would also significantly reduce the vehicle miles traveled, or VMTs, within the city of Thousand Oaks, and reduce the danger of brush fires in the Wildwood neighborhood, which would be quite devastating to the people who live along three sides of this canyon. I'd like to thank you for your time and ask you to please consider this one piece of low-hanging fruit, as well as the other critical priorities on your list. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Danielle Borgia, followed by Cami Ferris, and then Leanne Holland.
Good evening, Mayor Bill de la Pena and members of City Council. My name is Danielle Borgia, Thousand Oaks resident and President and CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I am speaking tonight to express support for a number of proposed priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. Number one, capitalizing on the opportunity to continue to build a world-class biotech cluster in Thousand Oaks. Expansion of the biotech sector is a key long-term strategy to strengthen our local economy while supporting our existing business community. This industry provides high-wage employment opportunities and will attract a diverse talent from around the world. Number three, selection of a land use map as part of the general plan update. The selection of a land use map will provide an important blueprint to ensure that the future development driven by the business community aligns with the city's vision for the next 25 years. Number four, invest in post-pandemic community recovery through various strategic investments. I would encourage part of this proposed investment to consider ways to support the economic activity for some of our hardest hit sectors during the pandemic, including hospitality. Our local hotels, restaurants, and attractions are important economic drivers, and we need to creatively bridge the gap while restrictions remain in place with capacity limits as well as meetings and events. It's important to note that California is the only state still limiting hotel properties from hosting events and does not currently have a reopening framework in place. Number five, re-energize the arts and culture community in support of an innovative reopening of the city's theaters. The arts and cultural experience in Thousand Oaks is important to residents and visitors alike, and we need to reimagine what the future of arts and culture looks like in our community. Number seven, continue to address the state-mandated regional housing needs assessment. We need to continue our work towards providing diverse housing options that meet the needs of our community and our local employers while meeting the regional housing needs assessment mandates. The inclusion of mixed-use housing will be attractive to our young professionals and is a critical component to expand our biotech sector while integrating affordable housing for our community. Number nine, re-engaging the creation of the campus master plan. Our residents and employees continue to express their desire for a downtown area in Thousand Oaks. And as we prepare our community for the biotech expansion, this downtown area is an important component to future talent envisioning Thousand Oaks as a desirable place to live and work. Our chamber appreciates your consideration of these priorities that will support our local business community as they work towards the recovery ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kami Ferris is next, followed by Leanne Holland, and then Nandita Sundarapandian.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Cami Ferris. I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks for the past 25 years. I would like to talk to you regarding the build out around Lupe's restaurant. If any of you have driven along Thousand Oaks Boulevard or in that general vicinity, you will see that not only is the build out an eyesore, but the traffic is a definite problem. I was wondering if any of you have come up with a plan to help alleviate the traffic problem there. I thank you for joining your council meeting, and I would love some input.
Thank you. The city manager usually addresses some of the comments after our last speaker. Next, we have Leanne Holland, followed by Nandita Sundarapandian, and then Gina Libby.
Good evening, Mayor Bill de la Pena, council members, and city staff. My name is Leanne Holland, and I live in Newbury Park. I am the leader of Thrive Conejo, and we are part of a coalition of organizations that works together on issues of equity and inclusion. We are Conejo Unido. Tonight, I would like to ask the City of Thousand Oaks to consider adopting a citywide goal for the next 2 years that is focused on increasing equity and inclusion in our city. At recent city council meetings, people have stepped forward to share stories of how inequity and exclusion have impacted us and our families. As a parent of a child with a disability, I have spoken about the hopes and fears that I have for my daughter and the barriers to inclusion that she faces daily. The city has responded to these stories from the community with increased outreach and by providing Spanish interpreters at city council meetings. Thank you for listening and for working to improve access for all residents. Conejo Unido believes that now is the time to build on this recent momentum by making equity and inclusion a priority for the city. During the past year, many cities across our nation have made or renewed commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Numerous Fortune 1000 companies have also released public statements in support of equity, with $66 billion committed to racial equity initiatives in 2020 alone. In our own community, many leading organizations and employers value the ideals and practice of social responsibility through diversity, equity, and inclusion. From Cal Lutheran to Amgen, from Sage Publications to Jafra, from Skyworks to the LA Rams. During this school year, Conejo Valley USD has demonstrated its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion by launching an equity task force, passing a resolution on racial equity, and hiring the district's first family, community, and equity coordinator. Now, the City of Thousand Oaks has an opportunity to focus its efforts on equity and inclusion through the process of creating citywide goals and annual priorities. In addition to a broad goal that confirms the city's commitment to equity and inclusion, some specific actions that could be part of the annual priorities for next year are infusing the principles of equity and inclusion into the general plan update, creating a committee on equity and inclusion, hiring a community liaison for underserved and underrepresented populations, and conducting a needs assessment to determine the barriers and needs of those who have been historically disadvantaged in our community. Making a public commitment to equity and inclusion through the city's goals and priorities would be a great next step toward creating a more welcoming and inclusive community for everyone who calls Thousand Oaks home. And for those who have felt left out or have experienced racism or ableism in the past, a public commitment from city leaders would be a beacon of hope that Thousand Oaks does value and celebrate the diversity of our community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have on the phone Nandita Sundarapandian, followed by Gina Libby, and then Carol Shelton. Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think the top 10 priorities this council has listed out is significantly flawed because it does not focus on addressing issues of racism, discrimination, and prejudice on both a systemic and institutional level. Priorities such as diversifying the local economy or maintaining a strong commitment to public safety without a race or class analysis are ultimately useless and do not address the issue at the root of the problem. Both the general plan and the top 10 priorities need to emphasize how you will be addressing racism and classism throughout all of your initiatives. I would also like to point out this council has a history that indicates they would be fundamentally incapable of effectively completing these initiatives even with these needed changes, because your community has been asking City Council to address racism since June 2020. In other words, for 9 months, council members chose to not even do the bare minimum towards battling racism in Thousand Oaks. I find it extremely hard to believe this council has the necessary comprehensive understanding of how racism is present at a systemic and institutional level in TO when implementing these initiatives. In order to show the community you are taking actual actions to unlearn your racism, City Council needs to make 3 commitments. First, all City Council members need to complete a comprehensive anti-racism education that is led by BIPOC educators. Second, also take a public pledge you will establish an equity commission by reaching out to local BIPOC activists and experts in the area for needed consultations on these upcoming initiatives. Third, include a City Council norm that regarding steps to repair harm when committed by a council member to anyone on council or in the community, because these things take time and it's very difficult to be unlearning your own racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Libby, followed by Carol Shelton, and then Lisa Powell. Gina?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the meeting this evening, council members. I actually called in to speak related to traffic and the general plan. But after listening to many of the comments on the line, I feel compelled to speak from my heart on this issue. There's been what I believe to be a great amount of rhetoric about racism and discrimination in our country, systemic racism. And I believe that the United States of America provides the most opportunity for every person of every color, regardless of background, regardless of your skin. There's been talk about an equity task force or equity education. What I have learned of these relates to critical race theory. Critical race theory, in my mind, teaches hate. It teaches victimhood, and I think it's probably one of the most disempowering messages that really could ever be given to anybody, teaching them that they're a victim because of their skin color. I believe that this is a divisive narrative, and quite frankly, I think it's a regression of thought. I think it's the opposite of what Martin Luther King Jr. taught, which is not to judge people by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. That is ultimately the gift that the United States offers people. I would also like to point out that there's a book by Kathleen Brush. It's called Racism and Anti-Racism Before and After 1945. Miss Brush is a researcher. She went to 114 countries studying racism. A direct quote from her is that the United States is the opposite of racism. There's a global survey asking people if they would prefer not to have a neighbor of a different race. Between 0 and 5% of people in the United States answered that that would be against their preferences, compared to in France, 20%, in Iran, 30%. So I think it's really important to be addressing some of the facts related to these kinds of issues and not just the rhetoric. I believe everybody is created equal, and I believe that those opportunities are available to all people in our communities. Being included is so important, and that opportunity to be included is very valued, and obviously part of what represents our diversity. But to only compare people based on their skin color I think is wrong. I would also say that relating to safety in our communities, we have to keep ourselves safe by our votes. We had 18,000 prisoners let out of California jails in the last year because of COVID. We have a district attorney in the neighboring county who's incentivizing crime against law enforcement. These are policy issues that increase safety risks for all of us. So I think as we address safety, we need to look at who we're voting for and whether they're back law enforcement or not, because defunding police is the worst thing that can happen in minority communities. And you see that by skyrocketing numbers of death, murder.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Gina, but your time had been up already. Next up, we have Carol Shelton, followed by Lisa Powell, and then Tim McCarthy.
Good evening, Mayor Bill De La Pena, council members, and city staff. My name is Carol Shelton, and I live in Thousand Oaks. I am on the leadership team of Thrive Conejo, and I am one of the vice presidents of Adelante Comunidad Conejo. Together, we are part of a coalition of organizations that works together on issues of equity and inclusion. We are Conejo Unido. Tonight, I would like to ask the City of Thousand Oaks to consider adopting a citywide goal for the next 2 years that is focused on increasing equity and inclusion in our city. Conejo Valley Unified School District has shown its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Parents and families are hopeful. People have stepped forward to share stories of inequity and exclusions. Their stories have had an impact. While it is true that a few vocal parents are making this call to action, there are so many other families out there. My family has faced inequity and exclusion. We are Mexican and my children have disabilities. Families like mine need hope. While I have many stories articulating this point, I would like to offer a story of hope to end March 2021, which is also Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. My oldest will be 23 tomorrow. He is a dreamer and a planner. He wants to drive, own a business, get married, and raise his children in a home he owns. Can our city make room for people like him? Conejo Unido believes that the recent forward momentum by the city is a perfect opportunity for making equity and inclusion a priority for our city. During the past year, many cities across our nation have made or renewed commitments to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Can the City of Thousand Oaks take this opportunity to do the same and focus its efforts on equity and inclusion through the process of creating citywide goals and annual priorities? Making a public commitment to equity and inclusion through the city's goals and priorities would show families like mine that Thousand Oaks does value and celebrate the diversity reflected here in our community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Powell, followed by Tim McCarthy, and then Jesus Orozco via telephone.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you to our council members for the work that you do. It's not an easy job, especially when bearing the brunt of residents' discontent. That said, I'm thankful for the opportunity to give input to the council on an ongoing basis, especially when it's in regard to planning for our city's future. There are many goals I'd like to see the city undertake in the next year, but tonight I will focus on 2 areas. First, I hope the council will lay out its goals and priorities in a way that's clear and specific. Sometimes without success metrics, target dates, or clear intended outcomes, the intent gets lost and implementation doesn't go far. Specific and achievable goals are preferable to broader, vague goals. When I saw the subject of tonight's meeting, I went to the city website. I compared what I found on past goal setting to what I found on other cities' websites. I'd love to see a document that lays out not only the goals and objectives, but the intended outcomes, metrics, and any deliverables attached to each. How do we know when we've had a success? How do we determine how far we've come on a particular goal? Secondly, I hope there will be a goal this year related to racial equity and justice. Not to dismiss the need for equity and inclusion more broadly, we must also address issues like ageism and ableism and others, but I think it's time our city put emphasis on the ism related to race. The most recent council meeting made it clear there is learning to be done to better understand the impact of racism in our city, and its history, its policies, its structures. Grappling with these issues is critical regardless of the city's racial diversity. Thousand Oaks may be nearly 70% white, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be embracing the tenets of anti-racism in the city as a city. And in fact, it is white people that need to be doing more education and gaining a better understanding if we ever want to make progress in this area. I'm not saying it's easy. Racial equity and inclusion is a skill set that must be honed. Luckily, there are many high-quality resources for city governments working on these issues. The Government Alliance on Race and Equity is one organization that helps cities get better at racial equity and inclusion issues. Understanding the history and the current context of race in a city is critical. Inequities by race are not random. They've been created and sustained over time and will not go away on their own. City government must be intentional. It means doing the educational and internal work needed to understand why this is such critical work. It means not only issuing resolutions, but having a racial equity commission or team, a city staff liaison to underrepresented groups, and developing long-term plans and commitments. It means casting away the assumptions and the old way of doing things that have held inequities in place. It does us no good to ignore the racism in our own community. We know it's here. I listen to my BIPOC community members. I read the experiences of students in our local school district. It's here. How will our city address it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have joining us via video Tim McCarthy, followed by Jesus Orozco on the phone, Sean Maradian, and the final speaker will be Roseanne Witt. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for opening up the forum for the residents to talk. My name is Tim McCarthy. I've been a 23-year resident of Thousand Oaks. I have two kids in 23 and 28 years of age. And there's two areas I'd just like to address tonight. One of them is I was looking at the City of Thousand Oaks citywide goal. Item number 3 says maintain a strong commitment to public safety, but it doesn't outline anything related to protection against wireless and electronics interference, as we would see with the 5G, and also the numerous wireless transmitters that they want to put on the side of our houses. So I'd ask that that get included. Also in item number H, maintain a strong local employment base, but I didn't understand how that would be measured. So maybe there's something the City Council has about how they can measure whether or not we're successful in creating that strong local base. The other area I'd like to talk about is the general plan, and to speak on behalf of my family and many members of the community that I've talked to. As this plan is very important, since I have the two kids that are looking for houses, and I'd like to take Tim Gallagher up on 2 of his 32 if he could put me down for 2. We would like housing that's affordable for our children. I participated on several levels, including reading the lengthy briefing online and providing comments, joining one of the initial online survey sessions, and then I participated in 2 of the follow-up virtual meetings. So I've participated in 4 different venues for over 10 hours of time. And then I did research to try to validate that. There are 2 areas that I do not seem to fit well with our family or community. One of them is creating a maximum outfit plan for 81,000 units when this is not necessary. There's one thing to internally have an idea on what the direction the city should go down, but it's an entirely different goal to maximize every space possible for the future, especially since we have only seen 1% growth rate over the past handful of years. The Loopy project is an example of what we do not want to see. This is on the edge of the street and unsightly. The approvals for this decision need to be made available so we can all learn from the mistakes and hold our officials accountable for their decisions. The second item is the fraudulent way that consultants force residents into one of 3 choices. None of those choices had buildings 3 stories or less. They all had iterations of 65 to 75 feet. In the general plan that came out recently, it showed that something like 80% of the respondents were okay with a 5-story building. And all of the people that I've talked with, seen on virtual and on surveys, read in newspapers and in social media, none have said anything over 3 stories would be acceptable. So I don't know how 80% made it into the final results. I believe this final plan submitted is not in line with the residents' demand for the city. It would appear that this research is tainted by those in the real estate and development market, and maybe even persuaded by those that have special interest for those to make money. In the citywide goal, it says the leadership will be open to the residents. I'm asking that all the people that voted for the different levels and their affiliation with employment and lobbyists be outlined so that a true scale of weight can be applied to the future of our city development, because we all need a very good city to stay strong. Thank you very much for your time, everybody, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Jesus Orozco is next, followed by Sean Maradian, and Roseanne Witt is our final speaker.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Jesus Orozco. I live in Thousand Oaks. I am speaking with Adelante Comunidad Conejo, and we are part of a coalition of organizations that works together on issues of equity and inclusion in our city. Tonight, I would like to ask the city of Thousand Oaks to consider adopting a city-wide goal for the next 2 years that is focused on increasing equity and inclusion in our city. I think this is so important because my parents being only Spanish speakers, I had to translate for them in my early teenage years. I remember this one time where my mom went to go apply at a factory in Westlake and they didn't have any translators for her, so I had to go help her out. But in doing so, I caused my mom the job. The hiring manager asked my mom if I was her kid. At this time, I was in 7th grade. My mom answered yes, and then he asked if my mom would need days off to take me to doctor's appointments, and she said she did need days off to take me to my appointments. The hiring manager said it wasn't going to work out and that she couldn't have the job. He then opened the door and asked us to leave. My mom felt sad, angry, and also betrayed. No one should go through this. When this happened, me and my mom couldn't express it to anyone that could do something about it. Now in time, many people like me have stepped forward to share stories to make an impact. It is time to build on an inclusive community for everyone who calls Thousand Oaks home. Thank you for listening and have a good night.
Thank you, Jesus. Sean Moradian and then Roseanne Witt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable city council members. My name is Sean Moradian. I'm a lifelong resident of Thousand Oaks and the president of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association. It's good to see everybody here this evening. I remember once upon a time we used to get together at the library and other places, and this was quite a tradition for us. It was a longstanding tradition, actually, that brought out a lot of the best in our community, a community that reflects and evaluates where we are and what's best needed to guide us forward over the coming years. Reflecting on an unprecedented 2020, this goal setting has a much deeper and meaningful impact on us. We have the opportunity to evaluate the vulnerabilities exposed in our community and address them head on moving forward. In reviewing the proposed priorities, we find all have merit and deserve your attention. The items that I can personally and professionally ask for your support on would be: 1, our community's partnership with the growing Rancho Conejo biotech sector. Embracing this golden age will serve our community well by providing jobs and economic benefits that would provide dividends years after this goal has been successfully accomplished. 2, embracing the general plan update. Such an achievement happens only once in some of our lifetimes, except for Council Member Jones. He would have the extraordinary honor to participate in 2 general plans, which really should be celebrated. Working towards a general plan update gives this council the unique opportunity to leave a lasting impression and vision for the next generation of Thousand Oaks residents, addressing a wide variety of social, equitable, economic, and quality of life matters. The general plan update should be embraced and prioritized. 3rd, meeting our city's regional housing needs and supporting a downtown placemaking have overlapping importance, both of which will reaffirm the city's longstanding support to meet our community's housing needs at all levels, the creation of a pedestrian-friendly downtown around the Civic Arts Plaza, and working towards the continued success and implementation of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. Year after year, the city has recognized the importance of placemaking by reimagining uses and activities along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. With the impacts of COVID and our small businesses, the Boulevard specific plan needs more flexibility and support from council than ever before to aid in its recovery. As always, I do thank you for your hard work and selflessness in keeping Thousand Oaks a beautiful and desirable place to live, work, and spend time with our loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Roseanne Witt.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Roseanne from Thousand Oaks. An escalating climate emergency threatens everything residents in the city value. So our city must prioritize development and implementation of a plan for regional self-sufficiency and community resilience with local strategies that ensure clean energy, clean water, a secure food supply, and a measured benchmark path to a citywide no-waste circular economic plan. Among these important strategies, the city must immediately begin siting and implementing a citywide microgrid network strategically located to protect residents and businesses from power interruptions, reduce the need for city and first responder assistance, and ensure health, safety, and energy resilience, especially during emergency situations, by 1, locating and prioritizing sensitive sites for solar plus battery storage infrastructure wherever life-saving medical equipment, medicine, refrigeration, communications, cell phone charging, and other essential services require a continuous, reliable source of energy, including communications facilities, hospitals, fire and police stations, grocers, elder care facilities, schools, and community centers for use as cooling and evacuation centers. And 2, mandating all new construction be all electric and maximizing solar rooftop installation and battery storage citywide to increase distributed rooftop clean energy generation and resiliency during power outages and emergency conditions. The city must also improve and ensure local water self-sufficiency that significantly reduces our community's dependence on imported water sources by researching and developing projects, including the use of permeable pavers and replacement of impermeable pavement to capture, store, and/or redirect all rainfall and stormwater so as to increase natural ground filtration, recharge subterranean aquifers, enhance our local supply of clean water, expand any remaining city wetlands, restore vulnerable ecosystems, maintain trees and parklands, and reduce threats from flash flooding and mudslides. To protect our food supply, the city should coordinate with the county to promote a Buy BC campaign and implement policy to create and incentivize local farm-to-table markets serving cafeterias, hospitals, jails, schools, grocers, restaurants, etc., to provide residents with easy access to a diverse, nutritious selection of the food grown locally, while also supporting regional family farmers and building reliability and resiliency against dependence on a trucked-in industrial food system that has demonstrated just how precarious it can become when emergencies like pandemics, earthquakes, floods, and wildfires disrupt major transportation and distribution systems.
Thank you so
Thousand Oaks
much.
must be prepared for the impacts of climate crisis by planning now for self-sufficiency and community resilience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comments. And before we officially begin the study session, I wanted to see if our city manager, Mr. Powers, had anything to respond to.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Most of the public comments tonight were related to the priorities or goals that will be discussed a little bit later this evening, but just 2 quick items that I did want to follow up on. First, or a few comments regarding the general plan. Obviously, we are midstream right now in our land use element portion of the general plan. Just one of the elements in that land use map has been the subject of much discussion of late. That will be coming to the City Council in May. So there's no final plan. We're still very much engaged in the public outreach process as we move forward, and that will continue. In regards to the speaker that talked about traffic at 1710 on the boulevard, I've already asked that Public Works follow up with that speaker so we can better understand their particular concern. We're not experiencing any traffic problems at that location right now, but we'll be happy to sync up with them and see if there's something that we could better assist with.
Thank you so much. And we now officially begin our study session. And this is the time of year when we go over our priorities and goals, and they do tend to change, and I expect them to change today as well. And it will be Mr. Powers who will be starting off the discussion.
Thank you so much, Mayor Bel de la Pena. It's such a pleasure to be here tonight and to help lead the council through your annual priority and goal setting process. And we have a presentation that we're going to be walking you through tonight, but I wanted to open with just a few comments. First, this is an important night because it's a night where we can all broaden out our lens and focus on longer term planning. It's a chance to talk in a little bit more free form. It's an important annual meeting for the council, staff, and the community, despite being disrupted by the pandemic last year, which hit just about the exact date at which we were going to hold our goal setting. So for those that have not been part of one of these meetings before, there are a number of components. Tonight, we're going to provide you with some operational overviews. While these are not exhaustive, they kind of set the stage for the priority discussion that we're going to have later tonight. And then the council will be taking up the process of selecting 10 top priorities for the coming year. And that's for fiscal year 21-22. Also, because we're in our budget process, our 2-year cycle, you will be reaffirming or making any modifications to your broad goals. And finally, you'll be spending time reaffirming or making any shifts or changes to your council norms at the conclusion of tonight's meeting. Before we go into our discussion, I wanted to also just touch on the importance of prioritization and meetings like this for our community and for the organization as a whole. They give us an opportunity to really be in alignment, and great cities have alignment with their community, with the city council, and that sets the policy, and the city staff that implement those policies. So before I go into some of our organizational updates, I would be remiss if I didn't spend a few minutes talking about the past year and what a year it has been. As I was preparing my remarks for this evening, I was reflecting on how difficult it really is to encapsulate this past year. Taxing, grueling, unsettling, adaptation after adaptation, twists and turns, and yet, from a city perspective, still extremely productive. I am immensely proud of our city team. This has been a truly transformative year for our organization. We're emerging from this global pandemic as a stronger, nimbler, and even more productive workplace. Our team consistently embraced the challenges and adapted to circumstances to continue to deliver the top-tier services our residents and businesses expect. From the library, where our library team was able to provide curbside services that have circulated more than 150,000 volumes, amongst the most popular of these types of services anywhere in the county. And our team turned on a dime to make this happen. To our theaters, obviously severely impacted by closure, our arts organizations and theaters. Our professionals worked within the confines and the restrictions of the state guidance to offer virtual opportunities, to offer outdoor opportunities, to give people something to look forward to, a beacon of hope moving forward. The city council has and continues to be responsive to community need and has provided over $2 million in assistance to renters, nonprofits, businesses, and cultural arts organizations. You also quickly adjusted policies to allow business conversion in compliance with state requirements. The City Council has done a tremendous amount in support, and as we will be hearing a little bit more this evening, going to have a chance to do a lot more as we emerge. We also partnered with the county. From day one of the pandemic, I was the chair of our county city managers group, and in partnership with Mike Powers, the county CEO, and the public health leadership at the county, we held at that time meetings 7 days a week to get updates as we tried to get our arms around the localized response. As we've moved month to month, week to week, we have continued to work to bring services to our residents here in partnership with the county and other entities, including mobile testing and now the vaccination center at the Goebel Senior Center. Our communications team has done an outstanding job working to keep our residents informed. Just a sampling here of some of the full page advertisements that they've taken out at varying times during the pandemic. And working closely with our partner agencies at CRPD, COSCA, continuing to put messages of positivity and hope out there. And as we sit here tonight, I think we can all feel that ray of light coming forward as we move closer and closer to a post-pandemic era. As we transition to our organizational update, I wanted to offer a theme, and this theme has emerged as a real focal point for many of the funds that are emerging from Washington, D.C., and that is respond, rebuild, recover. In working with the National League of Cities, they've encouraged communities to embrace this theme as they look towards the future and develop policies and supportive investments in the post-pandemic world. So as you hear our first presentation this evening from our finance director, Jamie Boscarino, you are going to, she'll be followed, by the way, with updates from Public Works, Economic Development, Community Development, and our internal operations. But before I hand it over to Jamie, I just wanted to remind the public and the City Council that while you receive an update on our fiscal position and our resiliency measures, your commitment to prudent long-term financial planning paired with careful staff oversight has positioned this organization extremely well. And with that, I'll have Jamie kick off our presentations for this evening.
Thanks, Drew. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Although the past year has had its share of challenges, and as our city manager so eloquently described, we really have emerged as a stronger organization. It goes without saying that Thousand Oaks has long been a leader in fiscal sustainability. The leadership of City Council and management throughout the years, with a focus on long-term, proactive, and strategic approaches to financial management, have set the city up for success, enabled the city to weather financial, economic, and now pandemic crises, while still managing to provide comprehensive and quality services to the public. The state auditor publishes the fiscal health of California cities each year. Thousand Oaks was ranked last year number 416 out of 453 cities. And this is where you don't want to be ranked number one. Not only was Thousand Oaks ranked in the top echelon, but out of cities with a population over 100,000, we had the third highest overall ranking. To highlight many of the forward-thinking actions the City Council took in order to remain fiscally responsible and be strategic in financial management, the City Council established both the Pension Rate Stabilization Trust Fund and the Fresh Start Program in 2018. City Council established the pension fund with an initial $22.5 million contribution, and in just 2 short years, that investment has grown to $28.8 million. The 1-year return in the fund is 19% in comparison to about 1.5% in the city's own portfolio. The Fresh Start program took the existing unfunded pension liability at that time, which was being amortized over a 30-year period, similar to our mortgage, and essentially refinanced that liability over a 15-year period. The estimated savings to taxpayers from this council action was $30 million. That's equivalent to our public safety contract for an entire year or repaving 100 miles of streets. These strategic actions brought forward by staff and city council position the city to utilize the pension fund to pay off the Fresh Start unfunded liability in potentially another 7 to 8 years. This would lead to annual savings at that point of approximately $8 million a year, or what we might see if we were to pass the sales tax measure. In addition to actions taken in 2018, even prior to that in fiscal year 14-15, the city has been utilizing budgetary savings in salaries and benefits to make additional payments toward both pension and OPEB unfunded liabilities. This has helped to raise our funded status for our OPEB plan from 49% to 75%. There are many other actions the city has taken to address fiscal sustainability over the past decade, but I wanted to highlight a few major areas of focus. Staffing is a key component of our operations. The city has maintained its existing staffing level of 381 citywide positions since fiscal year 13-14. We have resisted adding positions over the past 8 years despite strong financial results due to the ongoing operating costs that entails. And instead, we creatively reorient and align positions as needs arise. With the ever-increasing role technology plays in the operations of city services, significant investments are made to optimize the use of technology to provide quality service to the public more efficiently and at a lower cost of service. The implementation of our land management system is just one example of staff efforts in this area. We are focused on our digital transformation from eliminating paper forms to electronic versions that significantly reduces our time to process changes. And we also started utilizing Microsoft Teams and other collaborative tools to work with one another. We have also focused internally on environmental sustainability, which reduces ongoing operational costs and our carbon footprint at the same time. Our focus on long-term fiscal sustainability and financial management has enabled the city to operate in an ongoing basis within its means, while also being able to set aside funding for future reserves, economic downturns, and projects to invest in our community. The leadership from City Council, management, and our entire staff have placed the city in a fiscally sound position. Past actions, combined with the city's immediate actions a year ago to temporarily defer certain capital projects and enact a soft hiring freeze, enabled the city to continue to provide services to the public during COVID. In addition to immediate actions that were taken, staff met with our sales tax consultants regularly in order to determine what the impact would be on our largest revenue source, our sales tax. The retail landscape was already changing from less reliance on brick and mortar sales to online sales, and the pandemic swiftly accelerated this. Our share of the county pool, which is where we receive our online sales tax, increased 40% in the fourth quarter of 2020 in comparison to a year prior. In addition, auto sales are booming, increasing almost 9% in the fourth quarter as well. The pool for online sales has actually moved into the #2 largest sales tax generator in the city behind autos. Although some projects were temporarily postponed, investment in the community and maintaining our city facilities continued throughout the past year. The Thousand Oaks Boulevard Streetscape project was completed. We did our roofing project at the Civic Arts Plaza, the Teen Center, and the Adult Community Center. And we also completed the 2020 Pavement Overlay and Resurfacing Program to highlight just a few of the major projects that were completed over the past year during COVID. The projects highlighted here are from the past several years, and this really emphasizes what the city is capable of with sound fiscal management and a long-term, forward-thinking approach to fiscal sustainability. Again, the past actions of City Council and management have enabled us to put funding aside for future community investment and infrastructure maintenance and enable the city to partner with other agencies to accomplish projects. From investment in the arts, parks, recreation, streets, infrastructure, our focus is to continue this momentum and investment over the upcoming budget cycle in order to ensure Thousand Oaks remains a desirable place to live and recreate. Internally, our budget theme is fully embracing our Moving TL initiative, from workplace transformation to financial resilience to technology investment and innovation. This is guiding staff through the development of the two-year budget so that we continue to be an organization focused on the future in a fiscally responsible manner. With the budget in development since late last year and the recent passage of the American Rescue Plan, staff met with the Finance Audit Committee to develop a framework for putting funding to work in our community under the theme of respond, rebuild, recover. Thousand Oaks will receive approximately $14.4 million in federal funding, half of it within 60 days of certification, which we are awaiting from the Treasury for, and the other half a year later. The major highlight to this package, unlike past stimulus, is every single city in the nation is receiving direct funding, and it can actually be used for revenue replacement. And just for a frame of reference, the city overall is expected to have revenue losses of almost $16 million just from March of last year. In discussion with the Finance Audit Committee and evaluating current needs in the community, we've identified a broad framework of a $20 million one-time strategic investment over the next 2 years. This framework includes 6 broad categories: affordable housing, homelessness, arts, culture, and nonprofits, economic development, infrastructure, and parks and recreation. With the funding the city will be receiving from the American Rescue Plan and existing reserves the city has in its general fund due to sound financial management, this is an exciting framework of significant and targeted one-time investment over the next 2 years. Working with the Finance Audit Committee, a more detailed framework will be developed and brought before City Council as part of our budget process for consideration. Obviously, our local businesses have suffered over the past year. Thankfully, there is existing significant assistance that is available, and as part of the package, immediate future assistance coming forward. The League of California Cities and the National League of Cities want to ensure that there is not local duplication of efforts and funding so that assistance is served equitably. As part of the American Rescue Plan, there's an additional $7.25 billion added to the PPP program that is specifically targeted for small businesses and nonprofits. Part of the complaints of the original PPP program was that major corporations took all of the assistance and left little for small local businesses. This fixes that issue. The plan also allocates $15 billion in flexible grants that will be available to small businesses to help them reopen safely and stay open. And there is another $28 billion in a grant program that is specifically for restaurants and other food and drinking establishments only. This is targeted funding for this industry. On a state front, the state is currently in round 5 of its Small Business Relief Grant Program, which offers up to $25,000 grants. And just for all of you listening out there that may have a small business, the deadline is tomorrow for applications if you have not already received grant funding yet in other rounds of the state's program. The county also opens up its business assistance grant program tomorrow, where businesses are eligible to receive up to a $5,000 grant. With the vast amount of assistance currently and going out soon, our role will be ensuring that outreach is occurring to our businesses so they are aware of what is available to them. There's also a significant amount of rental and utility assistance. The plan has $21.6 billion in rental assistance, with potentially renters eligible for up to 18 months of rental assistance support. There's also $5 billion for emergency housing vouchers and another $5 billion for homelessness. In addition to this new support, the county partnered with the state on their rental program, and $39.3 million is going to be granted specifically to Ventura County residents for rental and utility assistance. We have also heard from many of our residents and members of the public that affordable housing is needed in Thousand Oaks. Prior to the dissolution of the RDA by the state, cities had a dedicated funding source for affordable housing projects. And the city developed many affordable housing projects in partnership with many mansions and area housing authority. This is an opportunity for the city to set aside funding and leverage existing funds in our successor agency Housing Trust and Housing in Lieu Fund to address this critical need. This enables us the ability to work with development projects to add to the number of affordable housing units at a site, potentially partner with Habitat for Humanity on a project, or contribute to the land trust. We will, of course, seek additional funding from federal and state sources, but having city funding reserved will likely make our case stronger to receive that assistance. Homelessness is another area of need in Thousand Oaks, and by setting aside funding, the city can act quickly when an opportunity arises, whether it be in the form of an emergency homeless shelter or permanent supportive housing. This is a partnership effort with the county and the state, with the goal, again, to leverage state and federal funding, potentially through Project Home Key funding or funding through the American Rescue Plan. One thing that COVID showed us is how vital parks and open space is. Being able to get outside and have the space to hike, to walk your dog, kick a soccer ball, enjoy nature is just so important. The city has a long-standing relationship with CRPD and have partnered with them on several projects, as I previously highlighted. Conejo Creek Southwest Park is the last major park to be developed in Thousand Oaks and provides a much-needed outdoor recreation area in that part of town. The city can partner with CRPD on a grant to help fund the construction of the park. Unfortunately, special districts, including our own CRPD, have received $0 in federal assistance over the past year, and despite the use of parks increasing and revenue greatly decreasing due to no fee income. This is an opportunity to provide another jewel in Thousand Oaks. The arts, culture, and nonprofit communities were devastated because of COVID. They are a valuable aspect of our vibrant community, providing an opportunity for children to see shows in our theaters, express and showcase their creative talents in a variety of methods, and open a window into the past with our museums. Nonprofits continuously go above and beyond in our community, supporting those most vulnerable with housing, food, and other necessities. Funding would be set aside for a grant program to assist with these vital industries. And economic development is also a vital part of our continued prosperity. The campus master plan project development, downtown, and the biotech sphere will be a focus over the next 2 years. The city has an investment of over $600 million in net capital assets that must be properly maintained. And with Thousand Oaks nearing 60 years old, assets are requiring additional maintenance and replacement. Although overall the city has adequately maintained our infrastructure, there are certain areas which have deferred maintenance requirements, such as our streets. A few years ago, City Council wisely allocated over $10 million in general fund support to maintain our city streets, but we still have over $23 million in deferred street maintenance. Setting aside funding in our CIP budget over the next 2 years to specifically address deferred street maintenance is a financially prudent approach. So just to recap, our focus is on economic recovery, stabilizing government services, and uplifting our community. Our framework of strategic one-time investment meets these goals over the upcoming 2-year budget in a fiscally responsible manner. Again, working in conjunction with the Finance Audit Committee, this will come back to City Council for consideration as part of our budget process. And with that, I will hand it over to our Public Works Director, Cliff Finley.
Thank you, Jamie. Good evening, Mayor Bill De La Pena and council members. From an infrastructure maintenance standpoint, the past year has presented challenges that I have never experienced in my many years of public service. I'm extremely proud of our team and the work we accomplished, frankly, without missing a step. In fact, I would say our staff leaned in, working together in ways we hadn't imagined to complete the work necessary to meet the council's goals and priority projects. As an example, we successfully completed the first phase of the TOB Streetscape Improvement Project at the intersection of Herbs and Thousand Oaks Boulevard on time and under budget. This project was also awarded Project of the Year from the American Public Works Association. With the combined efforts of the operations and engineering staff, we completed construction of the $14 million 2020 pavement overlay and resurfacing project, where we rehabilitated 45 miles of city streets and upgraded 163 accessibility ramps. Staff took advantage of the lower levels of traffic during the pandemic to complete the project and minimize impacts for the traveling public. With the help of the city's water division and engineering staff, we began construction of the La Granada pump station and installed nearly 3,000 feet of 10-inch water main to improve reliability, fire flow, and redundancy for the Wilder Zone. We also completed rehabilitation of the 4 million gallon Terra Reservoir. Working together with the Transit Division and Conejo Recreation and Park District, we completed work on the bus parking and pedestrian improvements project at the Thousand Oaks Transportation Center and completed the Conejo Creek North Equestrian and Bike Trail extension. Additionally, MSC staff with traffic and engineering support constructed 2 additional lighted pedestrian crossings on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. At Hill Canyon Treatment Plant, we completed the facility master plan, which provides a roadmap for required plant maintenance and improvements for the next 10 years. We completed rehabilitation of digester number 2 and secondary clarifier number 2, and completed installation of a much needed traffic signal at the intersection of Hill Canyon and Santa Rosa Road to improve safety for employees, contractors, and visitors to the canyon. Our sustainability division successfully prepared and solicited competitive proposals for an updated waste hauler agreement that includes compliance with SB 1383, organics collection for both residential and commercial customers, quarterly household hazardous waste pickups for residential service, large item pickups for multifamily residential, and an additional free landfill day, all at a cost of 34% less than our residents are paying today. With the new solid waste franchise agreement now in place and the state's new organics mandate, SB 1383, beginning on January 1st, 2022, staff will be meeting with the new hauler weekly to ensure the transition is smooth with minimal disruption to the community. A significant outreach, education, and engagement effort will be required this year, particularly with businesses who will need to prepare for upcoming changes to their services and new regulations. Outreach and education will be focused on food waste collection, recycling, and our single-use disposal ordinance, which bans polystyrene next year. The city also needs to prepare businesses and develop internal mechanisms for compliance tracking and reporting. This will include integration of the software platforms used by the city and by Athens for tracking and monitoring. Additionally, SB 1383 compliance will require staff to update trash enclosure guidelines, revise our solid waste ordinance, and conduct field audits. SB 1383 also requires that the city develop and implement an edible food recovery program. The city is responsible for identifying and documenting commercial edible food generators, such as food retailers and dining establishments, maintaining a list of food recovery organizations and services, and connecting them, and increasing edible food recovery capacity if current capacity is insufficient. Procurement requirements under SB 1383 include purchasing a designated amount of organic product for the city, such as mulch, compost, and renewable natural gas. Purchases must be documented and reported to Cal Recycle, including recycled paper content, landscape products, etc. The Sustainability Division will also be busy this year completing the city's climate and environmental action plan. 3 stakeholders meetings have been held since the beginning of 2021 with focus areas of GHG emissions, land use and transportation, and energy. The 4th stakeholder meeting, scheduled for April, will focus on solid waste, water, and other environmental issues. Between 80 and 100 participants have attended each meeting to date. A community workshop for the public to provide feedback on ideas will be scheduled for early summer. Community development and sustainability staff are working closely together on the integration of the Climate and Environmental Action Plan policy into the general plan. Our next pavement overlay and resurfacing project will begin construction in spring 2022. Just to provide some historical perspective, as a result of Council's prioritization of infrastructure maintenance, in the last 10 years, the city has overlaid or resurfaced nearly 300 of the city's 380 miles of streets and roads. at a cost of nearly $60 million. Because of council's investment in infrastructure, our overall pavement condition index, PCI, is estimated is near the best in the county. However, as is shown on the graph, the estimated annual cost to maintain the PCI at 76, which represents very good for pavement condition, exceeds the revenue we expect to see from state and federal sources. The funding gap of $3 to $4 million per year is currently being filled with general fund dollars to avoid adding to our deferred maintenance. Based on the most recently completed pavement management plan, as Jamie mentioned, the city's deferred maintenance costs for streets has grown to $23.4 million. Staff continues to look for ways to stretch our maintenance dollars to avoid increasing our deferred maintenance, but the cost of asphalt and repair and resurfacing continues to rise. The strategy of maintaining the condition of our roads in a very good condition clearly makes financial sense. As shown on this pavement performance graph, the cost to maintain good pavement quality greatly increases over time if maintenance is deferred and the pavement condition is allowed to deteriorate. The Engineering and Operations Division are primarily focused on maintaining our aging infrastructure. The department's proposed CIP budget for the next 2 years includes nearly $40 million per year in asset replacement and maintenance projects. Any new infrastructure project proposed usually include grant or development fee funding to offset the costs. This table shows the projects that are anticipated to begin construction later this year. The next few slides highlight some of the projects identified in the CIP. The Los Feliz Drive Sidewalk Improvement Project will add sidewalks and bike lanes to both sides of Los Feliz from Thousand Oaks Boulevard to Conejo School Road. The project also includes replacement of aging water main and services along the alignment. This project was pursued at the request of the residents in the neighborhood and received $900,000 in grant funding. The total estimated cost for the project is $2.5 million and will be covered by the water funds and development fees. The Conejo School Road and Willow Lane project provides new sidewalk and bike lanes on Willow Lane and Conejo School Road between Hampshire and Hillcrest. This project will provide pedestrian and bicycle access from the south side of the freeway and Westlake area to the downtown core. The project also includes water main replacement and storm drain improvements. The estimated cost of this project is about $6.1 million, and we have received close to $3.2 million in grant funding. Construction is anticipated to begin next month. The Lawrence Drive and Teller Road intersection improvement project includes realigning the intersection of Lawrence and Teller and installing a traffic signal. This intersection is in the heart of Rancho Conejo and it will be getting busier as redevelopment of the area continues to occur. The total cost of these improvements is estimated at $1.5 million and will be covered by development fees. The new mid-block crosswalk on Thousand Oaks Boulevard will be placed between Live Oak and Oak View. The total estimated cost of this project is around $560,000, and the project has received just over $500,000 in grant funding. The Rancho Road Bike Lane and Sidewalk Project provides bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides of Rancho Road from the Transit Center to the Thousand Oaks Boulevard. It also includes on and off ramp improvements, including a traffic signal at the southbound 101 on and off ramps. The total estimated cost of the project is $2.2 million, and the project has received just under $2 million in grant funding. Construction is also anticipated to start next week on this project. The Traffic Division is continuing to evaluate intersections for installation of flashing yellow arrows. We typically budget for 6 or 7 per year. However, the actual number installed varies based on the age of the existing equipment and whether upgrades to the control panels are required. The Traffic Commission recommended approval of 7 new installations at their last meeting. Staff continues to apply for grants for sidewalks, bicycle, and safety improvements. In fact, today we received notification that the city has been awarded nearly $900,000 for additional traffic safety improvement projects. The city is continuing to conduct performance tests on the well at the Los Robles Golf Course. This project would be the first municipal well project in the city and could help to reduce our dependence on imported water. The performance test, preliminary design report, and environmental documents will be completed and shared with council later this year. Our operations staff continue to provide annual maintenance for our infrastructure, including water, wastewater, storm drains, sidewalks, roadways, and city landscaping. Their dedicated work is what makes Thousand Oaks a wonderful place to live and work. Now that the master plan for Hill Canyon Treatment Plant is complete, we will be including the maintenance projects that were identified in the master plan in the proposed capital improvement program, which is coming before the council next month. We will also be bringing the master plan to council as a separate agenda item to provide an overview of the findings and the recommendations included within the plans. Many of the projects identified in the plan were already part of our current CIP budget and are underway. Active projects for this year include cleaning and rehabilitation of digester number 1, which is the final digester to be cleaned, bioreactor electrical upgrades, fats, oil, and grease station upgrades, secondary clarifier number 3 rehab, sewer interceptor improvements, and the battery storage project, which is $2.5 million that was fully funded by an SCE grant. That concludes my presentation for this evening, and now I'd like to hand it back over to Drew.
Thanks, Cliff. I wanted to spend just a moment touching briefly on economic development. There is perhaps no better recent example of what can be accomplished with strategic focus than our growing biotechnology cluster. The council identified growing our biotech job spaces as a priority several years ago, and the fruits of that commitment have really borne out through investments and transactions this past year. Westlake Village BioPartners announced a new venture capital fund totaling over $500 million to supplement their existing $300+ million fund. These dollars, paired with commitments from bioscience real estate companies, entrepreneurial biotech startups, property owners, and brokers, are transforming the Rancho Conejo industrial area of our city, resulting in hundreds of new jobs and millions in new investment. I cannot overstate just how impactful the City Council and City staff's focus in this area has been. We are in regular dialogue with biotech companies looking to expand a footprint and new companies looking to relocate to our community. The critical mass of biotech investment is not only important economically, with the average starting salaries of $117,000 a year, but it supplements the job market for an industry anchored by the county's largest private employer, Amgen. The broader societal benefit is also immeasurable. Cures and treatments for a wide variety of diseases may very well originate out of these labs. In fact, just today, I was on a site walk with a number of staff and the CEO of Alexandria, one of our real estate partners that is opening biotech lab space locally. And he shared with me that the Moderna vaccine actually was studied and originated out of an Alexandria lab in Cambridge, Massachusetts. As you know, our economic development strategy seeks to balance jobs, housing, and the environment, thus finding the intersection of true quality of life. And this is really at the heart of the general plan effort that is underway. In regards to retail, with that, you've seen a tremendous shift in retail landscape over the past year, as you heard from Ms. Boscarino. In fact, in Q4 of last year, we saw our share of the county pool, which is online sales, leapfrog brick and mortar sales for the first time ever. The mid and long-term impacts of a shift like this are going to be extremely important to watch in the post-pandemic era, as they will have implications on land use policy, fiscal planning, and business needs. Probably no other project in recent years has generated as much excitement and questions and interest as the City Council's Campus Master Plan. This placemaking vision for the future of the Civic Arts Plaza campus is focused on creating a true town square for our city, supporting cultural arts, better overall space utilization, and integration with adjacent properties. As we enter the post-pandemic economy, it will be important to revisit this planning effort and integrate any potential development that may occur at the lakes. The council, as a reminder, has set aside significant funds to advance construction when the time is right. Speaking of the arts, we think some of our brightest days lie ahead. Under direction of our new Cultural Affairs Director, Jonathan Surratt, and his leadership, we have an eye on the future and look forward to welcoming patrons back into our theaters later this year. I'd like to extend kudos to the team in our Cultural Affairs Department, which has kept up positive spirits through some of the deepest challenges of any industry impacted. Also like to extend our support and appreciation to all of our resident art companies and local arts nonprofits that have had to weather this storm as well. We think that our theater venues and our parks and our cultural affairs infrastructure is ready to provide some of the most warm and welcoming opportunities for our community in the months ahead. And finally, I want to touch on Los Angeles Rams. I continue to be in weekly dialogue with the LA Rams, and them, much like us, has had to weather a very difficult year. In fact, we had to step in last summer and assist them with reopening efforts at their training facility at CLU as the NFL developed their own COVID protocols and interfacing those with local public health officials. Our economic development team helped bring all the parties together and got safe clearance for the Los Angeles Rams to reopen under strict protocols at their facility at California Lutheran University. The Rams continue to operate out of CLU and are in negotiations with them about continued short-term presence at that facility. Our discussions with the Rams continue in regards to a long-term potential home in Thousand Oaks. While no decision has been made, they are evaluating all longer-term opportunities. The Rams' focus this year really has been opening their brand new multi-billion-dollar stadium in Inglewood. With those updates, I'm now going to pass it over to Kelvin Parker to speak a bit about community development.
Thank you, Drew. This has truly been a productive year in the Community Development Department. Tonight, I'm just going to highlight a few major initiatives that we have underway in the department. And that's going to start first by talking a little bit about the land management system. To better serve the public and maintain information in a more appropriate manner for access, Council approved the contract in September of 2020 to hire Tyler Technologies to upgrade our internal system. This new system will improve efficiency and be more effective in delivering services to the public. Tyler was selected out of a competitive bidding process that included up to 9 firms vying for the ability to serve us here at Thousand Oaks. The benefits of this new system are far and wide. They will greatly enhance staff's ability to serve the public by streamlining business operations, improving interdepartmental communication, reducing application processing time, and of course, increasing efficiency. Multiple business processes will be enhanced, such as parcel data information, building permits, public works permits, planning project management, code compliance cases, and the implementation of our business license program. Implementation kicked off this winter, including configuration of the new system, which is being custom built for us here in Thousand Oaks. It'll take into account our processes, the needs of our community, and put that together in a computer system that'll be customized just for us. System testing and training is slated to begin later this year and continue into early 2020. As quickly as we're moving right now, everything should go live by summer of 2022. Another major initiative that we have underway is our general plan update. As most of you may recall, City Council initiated us to hire Ramey and Associates to lead us through this process in February of 2019. Shortly thereafter, in September, we initiated the public engagement, which has continued through to this day. Every step of the way, we have worked closely with receiving public input and receiving information to lead us down that path. We're proud of our public outreach efforts. And to this day, thousands of people have participated in this general plan process. Public engagement has taken place in the forms of social media advertising and various accounts such as Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. Email campaigns, the general plan team has built a database of over 1,300 email addresses, inserts into utility flyers, and of course, advertising in our local newspapers such as the Acorn and the Ventura County Star. To date, there's been a number of online surveys that have taken place, 2 community forums, 12 GPAC meetings up until January 2020, 12 pop-up workshops that took place in person that transitioned into online services in March of 2020, and multiple stakeholder meetings that have taken place with various groups, including the local Chamber of Commerce, homeowners associations, even some county groups that fall within the city's sphere of influence. All of that information fed into the land use alternatives for the general plan that was received well by the public. Over 2,000 people responded to the survey in terms of the land use alternatives. There were 3 presented to the council that fed from the public outreach that was mentioned on the aforementioned slide. This information will feed into what will ultimately become the preferred land use alternative, which will be a combination of the 3 alternatives that were presented to the public from February to early March. The timeline for the land use alternative is extremely critical. By May of 2025, the City Council will make a selection on what their preferred alternative is. Between now and then, there'll be robust public outreach, another survey that feeds into what will ultimately be the preferred land use alternative, public engagement in terms of planning commission meetings, and of course, 2 city council meetings. Also, between that time, there'll be additional GPAC meetings and a joint workshop, including the community. The land use alternatives are so critical because they feed what will come next with the general plan. That'll include other alternatives that'll be kicked off and prepared once that preferred alternative has been selected, as well as feeding into the housing element, which will begin preparation after the preferred alternative is selected. The work on the environmental document will begin, and that'll start with the scoping meeting in the summer of this year. By fall, the draft housing element will be completed and submitted to the state for review and comment, and ultimately returning to City Council for adoption early next year. By the spring of 2022, that work will be complete, and the City Council can adopt a new EIR and approve a comprehensive general plan update. The next project I'll be discussing is our residential capacity allocation projects. These projects flow through the city, primarily along the 101 corridor from north to south along that spine. There are a few projects that are off to the south and one to the north related to Chappelle, but primarily the growth is near that critical corridor in the city. The projects on the screen have gone to City Council within the last 2 years. The most recent projects are highlighted in your screen in blue, with projects that the City Council will be taking action on later this spring in orange. Together, those projects are forming what will become new growth in the city, all within our planned development boundaries. To give you a better idea of what that looks like, those projects will ultimately result in the potential for 137 new affordable housing units. Today, this is the most effective tool we have to add additional affordable housing stock to us here in the city. There is additional growth that comes with that, the 1,300 units. However, part of that benefit is growing our affordable units. To give you an idea what they translate to in the real world, the 1710 project at the former Lupe site, you have a rendering of it on the left with the actual project on the bottom right of the screen. That's a good representation of private investment with public investment in the public right-of-way to form a new look and bright lights that people will enjoy downtown. This next project is the 299 project on the Boulevard. You have your rendering on the left with the project in various stages of construction on the right. This project will be completed within the next year, but that just gives you an idea of how those renderings turn into the projects into real life. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Tim Giles in our Human Resources Department.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This year has been a crucible for our internal organization. They have been tested like never before. As you have heard tonight, time and again, they have proven their value and justified the council's investment in competitive salary and benefits. As jurisdictions around us have struggled, our employees have consistently answered each challenge, maintaining exemplary customer service and efficient operations. Over the last year, city staff responded to the dynamic COVID restrictions by completely rethinking how public services are provided. Staff didn't just find a way to deliver a minimum level of service. The year was devoted to continuously evolving to assure a workplace that was safe for employees and the public while improving how we serve the public. Maintaining safe public access for uninterrupted service was a challenging priority. In-person access was maintained, but limited based on risk levels. For much of the year, the public has been limited to appointments only. Additional avenues of public connection have been created, including constructing lockers for exchanging building plans and other documents, improved virtual interfaces, and establishing curbside circulation at the library. Rules to ensure the safety of employees and the public were established before being mandated by health officials. Temperature checks and symptom reporting was implemented. Plexiglass barriers were installed at all public counters. New hygiene practices were implemented, and an aggressive sign program and social distancing markings provide assurance to the public and reminders to staff. Efforts to provide a safe workplace include providing ready access to COVID testing. We proactively establish close support and contact tracing efforts with each employee exposed to the virus or testing positive. This allows employees to immediately move into a testing protocol protecting their coworkers. State and county officials have recently allocated vaccines for some essential emergency response employees. As all other adult residents become eligible for vaccines in the coming weeks, we expect the rest of our employees to have the opportunity to schedule an appointment. If I could have the next slide, please. A key change to secure a safe workplace has been for most employees to work from home. Our high-functioning and talented staff quickly tapped into existing and new technology to create a virtual collaboration network. Seamlessly, employees are using document sharing, video collaboration, and messaging applications to create efficiencies that couldn't be realized when working in adjacent cubicles. The city team is constantly leveraging technology tools to rethink how to better serve the public and more efficiently do our jobs. A comprehensive land management system under development will integrate information on broad activities of the city and improve information available to the public. Many work processes that a year ago were paper documents that could circulate for weeks obtaining signatures have now been automated and can be approved within a few minutes of being submitted. The public has consistently applauded city staff for their creative and never wavering courteous customer service. This is a testament not to technology, but to the highly motivated customer service commitment of our outstanding team. They truly enjoy serving this community. Our personnel have not coped with the challenges presented by COVID. They leapfrog to create a workplace that is prepared for the future. Go to the next slide. Internal operations did not simply react in crisis. We are intentional in our prospective focus on our talent. Their well-being has been an emphasis as we have engaged in virtual after-hours gatherings, brought them together for interactive all-employees meetings, hosted contests and thank you events, and created a virtual hub of wellness resources. The iEvolve platform was created to leverage technology to better connect with and support our talented people in reaching their full potential. Employees now have an inexhaustible bank of timely and easily accessible expert guidance resources. A personal focus in conjunction with online content results in employees being more engaged and able to more fully contribute to the city's success. While this has been a transformative year, it will not be an anomaly. The Moving TO initiative mentioned earlier creates an ongoing focus on ways the organization can continue to make meaningful technology investments and innovations, carefully make decisions to assure financial resiliency, and maintain the positive workplace transformation. The internal organization's response over the past year assures that Thousand Oaks will continue to be known as a workplace of choice for the best and brightest municipal talent. This is critical as we enter a highly competitive job market to replace key team members and preserve our culture of integrity, dedication, and service. This unique organization is well positioned to continue to provide exceptional services to our community. I'm going to turn it back over to City Manager Powers for additional comments.
Thanks so much, Tim, and to the team that provided those updates. I'm struck by all the interconnectivity with those various items and our general plan effort that is underway. It touches really so much of what we're working on. And hopefully those updates provided a good framework by which the council can go into their priority setting discussion. As a reminder to the council and to the community, traditionally, if we had a goal and priority setting session last year, we would have provided you an update on performance in those areas. And so in absence of that, we provided you an update from many of the items from the year prior and some of the items that are new in the past year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mayor Bill De La Pena, and then I'll let me know when you're ready, and I'll queue up our priorities discussion.
Thank you so much, Drew. Thank you very much to our department heads and for all of the presentations. It is really hard to wrap your head around all of the accomplishments in a very dire situation here in the city of Thousand Oaks. And I cannot tell you how immensely impressed I am and pleased I am with what our employees have accomplished getting through this dark year. But you did it with sophistication, with innovation, and with patience and persistence, and you are to be commended for that. And that is why you're here in Thousand Oaks. You love working here. You perform incredibly well, and you keep the city running very well. I know we've had a couple of hours of presentations, and before we continue, I want to make sure that all of my colleagues are okay to continue, or does anybody need a break? If you need a break, just raise your hand. No one needs a break? Wonderful. Okay, excellent. Then, that said, I will then ask Mr. Powers, our city manager, to queue up the priorities and goals. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So thank you, Mayor Bill de la Pena. I know that Melissa Hurtado, I believe, is going to be bringing up our list of priorities. And as we get going on this, I want to remind the council there is no perfect formula or way to go about this. It's been done in different ways. In different years, and there's different numbers of priorities that have been contemplated over time. So this is really pretty free form. It's your opportunity to dialogue amongst one another, to ask questions of city staff, to get other feedback. So with that, what you have up on the screen, and Melissa, perhaps you could scroll down just a little bit to show some of the other items below. But what you have on the screen and also in your supplemental packet is the totality of 17 different items that we heard from our various council members, and then we did provide a survey out. The council ranked those items. And so the results of that are there on the screen. Important reminder, you don't need to stack rank these. They're not don't need to be 1 to 10. If they're a top 10 priority, they're 1 of 10, and that's fine. But for the purposes of your discussion tonight, you can see the items at the top of the list here are the ones that sort of received the most ubiquitous support amongst the city council. And so with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Mayor Bill de la Pena. You can talk with your colleagues about how they would like to move forward from here, and your staff team, along with other experts in various divisions, stand by to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. And I was wondering whether it is possible to do a split screen or maybe not show the goals necessarily, because I'm completely unable to see any of my colleagues, and I'd like to see them when I interact with them.
Sure. Why don't we pull down the priorities for now? Everybody should have a copy of the priorities in your packet. If you need us to pop them back up for reference, we can do that. But
absolutely, thank you so much. So this is free flowing. I see a hand up from Mayor Pro Tem Engler. We do have 17 items listed in our supplemental packet. I want to make sure that all of my colleagues have that list in front of you so that we can begin the discussion of these items. Mayor Pro Tem Engler, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The priority, the list that we did our survey on, the first 5 or 6, I think, are pretty high priorities for everyone here, that just by the nature of them having risen to the top of our group here. I'm thinking that those first 5 or 6 probably are almost by acclamation, things that we all agree should be in our top 10. There's other ones that are along the way there that we can talk about, but I don't know, given the time and everything, do we need to discuss much on those first 4, 5 or 6 items, because we've already identified those as some of our top priorities.
Well.
But let me maybe make a little bit of room on our annual priority list there. There we had a lot of speakers today talking about inclusion and diversity. I'm very gratified to see that our colleagues here already have identified that as one of our top 10 priorities coming for the next year. I I would like to escalate that to a goal, though, rather than just an annual priority. Making it a goal of the city, I think, puts it on the same par with our love of open space, our interest in a good, safe city, our interest in good fiscal, financial, taking care of our city. Those being a diverse city and recognizing the need to recognize that we need to have inclusion of all of our citizens should be on the same par with those types of goals that we have. And it's not just a thing we're going to do this year, next year. A goal is something that we try to have for years to come. And I would personally like to see us maybe move that number 10 priority into our goals and escalate that in our mind and in our priority.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Engler, I was actually going to suggest that item number 10 would be moved into goal A or B because I think it would fit in either one. And so, because we do want city government to operate not only fiscally and managerially responsible, but we also want to make sure that aside from being a desirable place to live, work, and visit, we want to be welcoming to all people regardless of their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, their race, their whatever it is, their ability, disability. I think that is important to state officially as a goal, and therefore I would be very much in support of in moving that to either A or B. So I see that Mr. Powers has his hand up.
No, I was just contemplative, not having my hand up for any reason, but certainly to the extent that the council would like to do that, we are going to consider the goals after the priorities here, and we could work on some language to that effect.
And because Mayor Pro Tem, you did say we had a lot of comments from public speakers about that tonight, so it would make sense perhaps to look at that first and then get the input from our colleagues and see how they feel about it. I'm sorry, go ahead. Did you want to say something, Mr. Engler?
No, I was just going to say that talking about it now, and I agree with you, we should maybe discuss this now since it would adjust our goals, but it also would allow us to have a little more room for maybe some other items in our top 10 priorities.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Like I say, to me, this is having the diversity and the inclusion mindset that we can impart into the city is right up there with any of our treasured open space or any of those that we really treasure as part of our city.
And I agree with you. And Mr. Adam has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Engler's assessment. Rather than making that a one-year priority, equity and inclusion should be a long-term commitment year after year after year. And I think that's what a goal represents. I think it's entirely appropriate to move that to the goal column. Bob, what would you move up to replace it?
Well, there's other things that we can talk about in a minute. I'm curious as to our other colleagues if they agree to move that into a goal rather than there. We can always figure to move something up as a annual or this year's priority. But I'm curious as to our other colleagues as to how they would view this as well.
Mr. McNamee.
I personally would support that as well. I think it's a great idea. And Bob, thank you for suggesting it.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, am I on or I can't tell if I'm...
Yes, you're on.
Yeah, no, I would strongly agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, it sounds as though we have a unanimous decision to move item number 10 on the priorities list to the goals. And goals we will be discussing after our priority list. Do we need a formal vote on this, Mrs. Noonan?
No, again, right now you're just discussing what the top 10 priority list will be. Right now you're agreeing to move that to the goals, but ultimately you just need one vote on the top 10 priorities.
Okay, excellent. Good. So we have that taken care of. We can probably figure out the wording of that when we discuss the goals in little bit later on this evening.
We have some proposed wording that we'll have pulled together for you in the
That's
intervening
right.
time. And we can put that up on the screen when the time comes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Then let's see. Item number 1, golden age of biotechnology. Is that something that we all agree on? Councilmember McNamee? You have your hand up.
Sorry, I hadn't taken it down from the previous one. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do next time.
All
But yes,
right.
I support that effort. Yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there something I could press to put, you don't want me to just put my hand up, right?
No, you can put your hand up, and then hopefully I'll see you.
Is there supposed to be some button here?
There is a button, but it's very, very small. The hand is showing up in the corner.
Yeah, I see it. Pardon me.
It's a small hand, so you could just wave at me.
My goal tonight is to understand the format here. That's
Okay.
my goal.
Very good. Okay, so we have number 1, we agree on that. And then number 2, identifying and advanced solutions for emergency sheltering and permanent supportive housing to address homelessness. How do my colleagues feel about that?
Agree.
Okay. Anyone else?
I
Mr.
agree.
Engler?
That's the top 10.
Okay. Mr. Engler, yes? Your hand is up. And your mic is off. Your microphone is off.
Yep, I say yes.
Okay. Councilmember McNamee?
I say yes as well.
Okay, great. Number 3, number 3 and I believe number 7 are somewhat similar in that they deal with a general plan update. So I was wondering whether maybe number 3 could be combined with number 7?
Madam Mayor, I noticed that same similarity as well. I think that they can be combined into a single goal because the housing element, of course, is so integral to our general plan. But I would have no problem combining those into, and I don't know if we need to wordsmith it tonight. But,
Okay.
figure out.
How do 3 and 7 read?
3 reads advanced comprehensive general plan update through the selection of land use maps and consideration of all other elements. And number 7 reads continue to address the shortfalls in state mandated regional housing needs assessment categories through the adoption of a certified general plan housing element and consideration of housing proposals.
Yeah, those two would be eminently combinable,
Okay.
I think.
I think so
That's
too.
a word.
That is a word tonight.
Well, it is now, I guess.
And that's a great reminder as we go through this process that if you have edits, you guys just, if you can provide the general flavor of what you're seeking, the way we've been successful in the past is to provide the flavor of what you're seeking to have done. And then as a reminder, we will bring back to you the council priorities for adoption at an upcoming city council meeting. So staff will take that in, identify the wording, and then bring it to you consistent with what we heard from the council tonight. So you don't need to worry about wordsmithing in the exact way, but please, if you have, components that you'd like to talk about within this, this is a great chance to hear it. We'd love to hear, frankly, about all 17 of these in some fashion. And as you do go through this, and I meant to remind you at the outset, you have kind of 3 buckets of opportunities here. You can assign something as a priority or a goal for that matter, as you've already done. You also have an opportunity to ask for, if it's something that's not a priority, but you want some additional information on it, to have it come as a department report down the road. And then third, if there's some need to interface with other agencies as it relates to a particular priority, we're happy to do that as well, and you can provide that guidance.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Jones, 1 second. I just wanted to remind Mr. Engler and Mr. McNamee and all of my colleagues, you don't have to raise your hand. If you want to chime in, just chime in. And if we talk over each other a little bit, it's okay. I'm sure we'll figure it out. So this way, I think we have a more free-flowing discussion. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, just very quickly, the comprehensive general plan update was my number 1, because I believe that is going to determine where we're going. I mean, I don't want to make a speech here, but we've had such wonderful reports from all the staff. We're in such great shape fiscally and physically, you might say, that is utilities, streets, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to commend everyone that it was mentioned that I'd been here for a while before this. And I'd like to commend all the custodians of this great city for the last 57 years to have delivered it to us in this condition, because whatever list Jamie was talking about, if you are good being at the bottom of that list, I think we should be at the very bottom of that list, because I don't know a city that could have had a better report. But I feel a little bit like we're on an airplane. I can remember an anecdote from many, many years ago about a streamlined airplane that was moving terrifically, just cutting through the air, but the directional signals went out. And someone asked, "Why, what's happening?" He said, "We're making tremendous progress, but I don't know where we're going." I think it's really vital for us to make some decisions about our general plan. I know we will, but to know where we're going, what our end is. And in other words, the biotech is exciting. That's going to create jobs. That's going to create the need for affordable housing, right? Because those initial salaries are not going to be able to buy the typical single family house here in Thousand Oaks. And we've discussed it. I know Drew's discussed it, of affordable housing. I think that's fine. But I think we need to say what target are we aiming at? Like how much expansion, how much affordable housing? Because we do have a full complement, well, maybe not full, but a large complement of people who came here to live by and large in a bedroom community. Now, I understand we can do more things than be a bedroom community, but I do think we don't want to do something that is going to be harmful to the tenor, the tone, the feeling that we have of coming home to a very hospitable community where we want to live. So I believe that should be. I don't have all the answers, but I do believe that should be one of our highest priorities to figure out where we want this plane to land,
Mr. Jones, I think that the way these priorities are listed are not really listed in order of priority. So the general plan is going to be a priority along with 9 others. It's not that one will receive more attention than the others. They will all be on the same top shelf, is my understanding.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I think we can safely insert the general plan update as one of the top 10 priorities.
Sure. Absolutely. And I think it is. Mm-hmm.
That would be good, I think. Yes.
Yes. And we can combine number 3 with number 7. Number 4 would be to invest in a post-pandemic community recovery through various strategic one-time or non-recurring investments. That would, of course, also impact number 5, to reinvigorate the economy with our theaters, arts, and culture. So I know last year and this past year we have issued grants, and certainly we will continue to help wherever we can. We have businesses such as fitness gyms and others, hair salons, nail salons that have not been able to remain open, say, as much as some other businesses in town, including restaurants. So we have to take a look and see how we would approach this. But certainly, I think we can look at that, and that'd be a
I'm
priority.
good with those 2.
Okay, very good. How about the
I'd like
others?
to also have the campus master plan part of the top 10. We've invested a lot of time and money in that over the last couple of years. We stalled out a little bit, understandably so, during the COVID pandemic, but it's time to get that revived. I think we need to strike while the iron's hot. The economy's reviving, interest rates are low. There's a lot of interest in it. We've got a proposal from the lakes that we're looking at that we need to integrate that with our campus master plan. So if that's amenable to everybody, I think that should be part of our top 10.
Yeah, I think it is listed in the top 10 already at number 9. So that's already part of it.
Yeah.
All right.
Councilman Adam, I didn't raise my hand this time. I just spoke in. Councilman McNamee and I are so polite, we like to raise our hand, but that's okay.
Is there some implication here of that statement?
But I do agree. We talk about investments. Part of what we're doing with the campus master plan is investing in our downtown that has been a perennial request of citizens in numerous surveys that we've done over the years. But on top of that, it is an investment in our city that will help us attract and retain employees for our own city, but also employees throughout the community. Most of our companies have asked for this exact thing. And so keeping it as part of our top 10 and moving forward on this a little bit, especially given that there might be some activity at the lakes as well. I would agree 100%. This needs to be top 10.
Yes, and it is right now in the top 10 already, the way it ranked. I'm wondering whether we can somehow combine items 4 and 5 because they will require some sort of recovery and have those two, whether together or separate, in one of the in the top 10 list, including.
Madam Mayor, I see both those coming together very nicely, given that they influence each other. I could see combining those. I'm curious to see what my other council members think.
All right. What do the others think?
So just as a reminder for the council, the item for the post-pandemic community response fund will be a targeted one-time investment of $20 million across a number of different functional areas. That will range, if you recall from Boscarino's presentation, that included things like the affordable housing, addressing homelessness, nonprofit support, and a range of other areas. This is all one-time monies, and really a rare opportunity. I can tell you that I have not been in a municipality that has been in the position to put that much money comprehensively on the table. And so as it relates to that, I just want the council to remember that certainly arts and culture is going to be part of it, of the support side on that, but it will be both arts and culture within our theaters and out in the community at large. I will tell you the single biggest question mark for me is the recovery aspect of cultural arts, and talking with Jonathan, who's here with us tonight as well. How quickly we're going to be able to return, the implications of that, as it is a enterprise fund. There's a lot of moving parts attached to the theater, and I'm just very concerned and wanting to ensure that our reentry is successful. We're one of the venues that was able to remain open without having to shutter, as so many did, and just wanting to put that distinction out there for you as you consider.
And you're right, there is a distinction, but the arts are nonprofits, so a nonprofit is part of that other pool, so to speak. But Councilmember McNamee, go ahead.
Just as a thought, is it reasonable to take the pandemic investing as the global overhead priority and put underneath it the emergency shelter, as well as invigorate theater, arts, and culture, along with housing needs underneath that as well?
Mr. Powers?
Certainly it's always at the purview of the council. What I would encourage you to do is to keep it. We've had success in the past when we've kept it relatively focused, and so the components around homelessness, general plan, there is always crossover in various areas. So it's really at the it's at the purview of the council, but I would just encourage you to think about keeping them as focused as they can be.
Yeah, I think he's right. If we throw in too many subsets, we start to unfocus and we start to stretch staff time to the point where maybe we don't get things done that we should.
Yep, Madam Mayor, I mean, I appreciate combining items to make the things that make sense. My preference would be to keep those items separate, though. I would like to keep the focus on our theaters and our arts and entertainment as separate from anything else, so that we can make sure that that is a true priority within our purview. I don't want it to get lost in any other item. That's very important to me, to make sure that we have our theaters be able to jumpstart back in and become before the pandemic they'd gotten to the point of being self-sufficient and actually making a little bit of money. And I want to get us back there, and I'd like to keep this as a separate item so that we can really make sure it happens.
I would agree with that.
Yes.
I would agree with that also.
Okay, we can certainly do that. I was hoping that by combining something, I could make room for another priority. So that's, but certainly.
As you start combining, you start to lose focus. And I think Bob's right. The arts are very important, and they've been through a lot, and that needs to be a single focused item, I believe. So where are we now? How many do we have?
Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment, I believe. But the arts certainly will have to be part of the, I just want to make sure that they're not forgotten, that they will get all of the assistance that they need, because that industry has been hit the hardest this entire year. And as long as that is happening, no problem, we can keep it separate.
Mayor Bill de la Pena, just so the council, as a reminder, the entire recommendation of various funding allotments will come to the city council as a whole for approval through the budget process.
Very good.
And I can assure you that arts and culture has been at the heart of those discussions, along with the variety.
So then we're now at 5. Number 6 is to create and adopt the Climate and Environmental Action Plan in coordination with community stakeholders. That is an ongoing effort, correct, Mr. Powers?
I'll let Public Works Director
Mr. Finley.
Mr. Finley, speak to where we are on that.
Excellent, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Finley.
That will hopefully be completed before the end of this year, and in conjunction with the general plan. Those two will actually travel through the environmental process together, and the policies will end up being consistent. So it's separate, but as you move towards the end of the year, it's a separate activity, but towards the end of the year, it will be incorporated, and probably into next year, it'll be incorporated into that general plan.
Okay. Obviously, we are very proud of our sustainability division and all of the work that we have already accomplished toward our own environmental action plan. And it ranks 6th on this list already. I'm going to ask Mr. Finley and Mr. Powers, is it absolutely crucial that we still keep the focus on this, because this is something unique? We are really very lucky to be able to create our own action plan like this.
Sure. Again, it's at the council's purview as you go through this process. We've certainly heard consistently from community groups on this topic, and so it's really up to the council where you'd like to take it. Perhaps, if I might offer a suggestion, as I know we've removed some items, we've adopted some items. Maybe it's worthy of going through each of them at the remaining items at this point, having a quick discussion, and then sort of allotting what you think is starting to bubble up to the top at that point.
Beyond with the climate action plan, beyond the fact that it's certainly a very worthy endeavor, it makes a statement. It's really the only environmental type priority on our list. And it says to the citizens of Thousand Oaks that we are concerned about the environment and our climate. And I think it should stay on there in the top 10.
Yeah, I would agree with it being in the top 10.
Very
I think
good.
Environmental sustainability is extremely important.
Very good.
There
No,
you
I
go.
agree with that. I just wanted to get the input from my colleagues. Yes. Okay, then we
And
will.
I'll throw another one in there. I mean, if we're kind of going randomly here, that the waste hauler agreement. We agreed to a very historic contract with Athens, but we want to be sure that everything goes smoothly, that their transition is seamless, that our citizens are happy, and that's going to take some doing. And considering the impact of this contract and the first one that we negotiated in all these years, I think that is worthy of the top 10 as well.
That would be let me look at this, number 12. Yes, number 12 could be incorporated into number 6.
Oh, it's number 12?
Yeah, waste haulers is number 12.
Oh.
So we could
Madam Mayor,
combine the two.
Madam
Go ahead.
Mayor.
Yes?
I was thinking that same thing, that we could probably move it into the top 10, but combine it with the overall climate action plan, which our waste hauling contract and the diversion of solid waste is a large part of what we're trying to do in our environment. So I have no problem moving it up there. I would agree with Councilmember Adams that this is a huge deal that we need to make sure that happens in a seamless and really painless way for all of our citizens.
Well, and it was our climate scientist, Helen Cox, who was handling the waste haulers agreement. And so it makes perfect sense to combine number 6 with number 12.
Is that too much for staff when we're combining the climate action plan with the waste hauler transition agreement into one priority? I mean, when you talk about focus, we don't want to dilute things here. Drew?
Yeah, I would tell you in general, in normal terms, I would probably say yes, in the sense that they're two different actionable pieces. But in this circumstance, as Mayor Bill De La Pena mentioned, I think we can. We know that we're moving forward with the climate environmental action plan. So if it's the council's desire to do that, I think we could find a way to do that in this particular sense. But again, they're two fairly different focal points.
There are two different items handled by the same department.
They are handled by the same department, but they are definitely two different teams.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't know about combining.
Significant effort.
I'm not sure that those combine well. Now, maybe, I don't know, maybe the waste haulers shouldn't, maybe we should move on and keep going and revisit waste hauling in a little bit.
So let's go on then to number 8. Number 8 is complete training and implementation of comprehensive land management systems that we heard about tonight, that we expect to be implemented, I believe, summer of next year? And that is the one by Tyler Technologies. Is that the one, Mr. Powers? For number 8?
This is one that touches on a few points because not only does it have a customer-facing part of it, but it also has a business efficiency component, being able to leverage new technologies such as virtual inspections.
Wait, back up just 1 second. Sorry to change the topic here. I'm showing the waste hauler transition as number 10.
We're updating this in real time for you. So as things are changing, we're modifying things in real time.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, sorry.
No, but originally it was number 12.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Got it.
So number 8 is important to staff. It is a different team in community development handling this, and obviously important to the team. Should probably remain in the top 10. I'm looking, well, I can't see my colleagues. Can we switch back to there you go, to the gallery. Thank you. So number 8, what do you say?
Madam Mayor, what is number 8 again? Because
Number 8
that
is
moved around.
completing the training and implementation of the comprehensive land management system to transform customer experience and enhance internal process efficiencies through the use of technology such as virtual inspections.
One of the challenges that we have in our city that has been expressed over and over again at council meetings is the fact that housing is not as affordable as it could be. And I look at what government can do to reduce the cost of housing, and that being that we get the inspections done more efficiently and quicker. And we can do that by incorporating technology such as the smartphone on site, going to the inspector back at City Hall so more can be done. And then also some of the inspectors could be moved over to do plan check. So the software right now is in motion to be written specifically for Thousand Oaks. And that will in turn get these building projects done sooner at lesser costs, making housing more affordable for our good residents who want to live here in Thousand Oaks. I would consider that a top 10 priority to make certain that that is on track, being done, and moving forward.
Mr. Finley? That's your department, right? Or is it?
Yes. It is absolutely a top priority for Public Works as well. And it's taken a significant amount of energy and effort really from all departments. And I would say finance as well. It's really citywide.
Okay. So it looks as though that is going to be in the top 10. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, it also gives us a targeted and achievable goal that is measurable that some of our speakers mentioned to us. This is a system that we are going to try to implement this year. We have a time frame and it should be done by the time we're talking about it next March, that this should be in place and our builders should be able to be benefiting from it. And our citizens can check their plans and everything else. So this is something that I think is an achievable goal. It's timely and it fits right in with the a smart goal of so to speak.
So if we could get a quick look at the list now, if this is going to be number 7, goal number 7, I believe, completing the training and implementation of this land management system. Melissa is doing that. Okay, so there we go. That's going to be number 7. Excellent. Number 8 would then be to support the downtown placemaking by re-engaging in the creation of the campus master plan. Well, the campus master plan has been created, so we would just be re-engaging this one.
Right.
That is number 8. Certainly, I believe the campus master plan should be in the top 10 list. How do my colleagues feel about that?
Agree.
Is that a goal priority, or should that be additional information department report because it's underway? I'm asking.
It's really not quite underway. It needs to be re-engaged, reactivated because the pandemic put a hold on it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just a suggestion. We're closing in on our top 10. And,
Yes.
And we could prioritize all of these. I was just wondering if there's other items that are lower on our list that we need to look at, or someone has a real need to have those move to the top 10. I'd like to hear anybody's pitch some ideas that
Yeah.
they may have had.
Anybody? Yeah, that would be number 8, this downtown placemaking.
Can I talk about number 12, I believe it is, developing water reuse and innovative approaches to using tertiary water?
Number
12?
Number 12 was the management transition. Oh, I'm looking at the old copy.
He was referencing what was on the screen there for you. He's talking about water.
Number 14 on the
reuse.
original, yes.
Mr. Powers, you're keeping
Go
us
ahead.
on our toes. Thank you.
That was number 14, which is now number 12. Go ahead, Mr. Councilmember McNamee.
We are talking about in this general plan about potentially adding 30 additional units to the city, which may or may not happen. However, we're adding more people to it. Thousand Oaks is 100% dependent, as well as the rest of Ventura County, on imported water from Los Angeles, the municipal water district there. Comes into Calleguas using distribution to the various parts of Ventura County. And the more people we put in here, the more dependent we are on Los Angeles. And I'd like to bring water technology from the 1950s to the 21st century by what is out there. If we look at Las Virgenes Water District, they are doing what we should be looking at on a serious level, and that is water reuse from the Hill Canyon water treatment plant. Now, my initial back of envelope calculation on this, it would cost $55 million to pump it back up to Callegas and reuse it. However, I was not aware that we were not at a tertiary or advanced water treatment level, and that would still need to be done. When that was put into the calculation, the net present value, and not going too much into the numbers, was negative. Water's going up at about 4% a year. It'll take 7 to 10 years to build such a plant. So I made a call to Camarillo board council member as well as Moore Park council member, because their close proximity to Callegas makes them also have the ability to do water reuse. They were very interested in it and wanted to move forward with exploring this possibility that I'm going to share with you. One is each of those 3 cities, we pump our own water back up to a common plant paid for by the 3 entities. So that way it's not $45 million paid by Thousand Oaks alone, but split among the 3 different cities. That may change the net present value to being something that's positive. And with 10 years, 4% rate of return, we may very well be paying ourselves back for putting that in there and lowering water rates for everybody. The calculations need to be done. Reaching out to the cities of Moore Park and Simi Valley would be done. And I think that would be something that would bring us into the 21st century, given that water is becoming more scarce, it's increasing expense. It actually would reduce our greenhouse gases because it costs a lot to pump water in from Northern California to our city. And that would be a win-win all the way around. So that's one of the priorities I think that we should look at in a serious manner to help reduce the water costs, get us less dependent on Los Angeles.
Thank you very much for that. I will have to ask or defer to Mr. Finley, since he's the expert on this, for feedback on that, if you can.
Yeah, well, I can't go into a whole bunch of detail, but when we bring this item to council in later in April or later this spring, we can tell you the results of the master plan and discuss this. You know, this was considered a part of this was considered, not necessarily partnering with other cities, but we could maybe have that discussion as a one-off with the council at a later time if you would like.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I'm always in favor of doing things that help save money and also help the environment.
Sure.
This sounds to me, Councilman McNamee, to be very conceptual at this point. You've done a little bit of work in the background, which I appreciate. Would it be better than having this as a priority to maybe move this as a department report, maybe rolled into what Mr. Finley is going to be doing with the update, rather than make it a priority along with some of the other priorities? I'm just thinking, I don't know if I'm ready to say, yeah, that make this a priority, because it's something that is still so conceptual in my mind. I'm not sure what we'd be even prioritizing.
Great question, Mr. Engler. Let me ask Mr. Powers, with the difference between a priority versus department report, could you go over that for me?
Sure. So we have oftentimes have items that emerge out of these discussions that, just as Mayor Pro Tem Engler mentioned, perhaps there's not a agreement on putting it into a priority for the year ahead, but we're seeking additional information and potential action. And so by taking it as a department report, it gives the council that opportunity. One thing I was going to perhaps suggest, if the desire, as Mr. Finley mentioned, that he is going to be bringing the Hill Canyon master plan as a update to the city council as a whole. You mentioned those other agencies, and that's quite intriguing in terms of the discussion here as well. And perhaps what I could suggest doing is engaging with my colleagues, city managers of both Moore Park and Camarillo, to sort of bring them into the fray for that update. and engage in a deeper conversation. And this may be something that, if gains traction, could, if the council doesn't choose to make it a priority this year, it could emerge to that in the following year with work done this year.
So that would then be,
I
a
think-
department report would be a better way to go right now, instead of making a priority, depending on what you hear from Moore Park and Simi Valley.
Yeah, I'm happy with however the council wants to proceed, but that's certainly, I think, a good avenue to get plenty of additional information out on the table and to have a dialogue with the council and the surrounding agencies.
I think it's a good idea to get a little bit more research and get a report before we move or place this at a higher level. I find it intriguing, and it would be great to get more information about this, actually.
And just to put my council members at ease here, I also, as another hat that I wear, is that I teach the water science department at Ventura College. So I train the people that go into the water treatment plants throughout the country. So I'm bringing a little bit of expertise to the level, but nothing to that of Mr. Finley.
So, Ms.
I think our priority list has always been, has a 1-year time frame, something that's actionable and potentially achievable in a 1-year time frame. And obviously this would take far longer than 1 year. It's a long-term process, involving quite a bit of expense. And I think it's a good idea to perhaps piggyback it on that Hill Canyon report. I think that would make some sense.
And
I concur.
One of the points to remember for the council, you've had a number of items that have come forth in these discussions in years past, and you've elected to bring them through as department reports, and they often find their way into the priority discussion of subsequent timeframes. So this is one of those avenues that we generate agenda as we come through the year ahead. So we can certainly, if that's the council's direction, we'll certainly take that as feedback and work to get a schedule.
What do you?
Sounds like a natural evolution for it. So great.
So are
Good
you?
with me.
Good. You're okay with that, Councilmember McNamee? Yes? Yes?
You
Good.
bet. Yes.
Excellent.
Sounds
Okay.
fine.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
and I have to work with the old numbers and stuff here, but number 13 and number 11, one of them was adopt and implement a 2-year operation and capital improvement budget aligned with best practices. And 13 was make strategic investments in critical infrastructure, pavement management, that sort of thing. That almost by definition is capital improvements. Should we combine those two and make that a priority? Because I think we do have a priority this year of coming up with our 2-year budget, and that also includes capital improvement.
Yeah, those two seem more ideal for a combination.
That makes
Right?
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
we'll-
where's that leave us? We have 9
So
now?
we have 9, well, not quite. We're still at 8. We're just playing with the remaining 4 or so. We're still looking at the, where are we here? Number
Melissa,
15,
maybe you can
16,
bring
and
the-
17.
Melissa, maybe you could bring the chart back up. as to
The
where we
Fire
stand.
Protection District, parking challenges at Wildwood, and the Leverage Civic Arts Plaza parking structure. I think that goes with number 9, with number 8. No, wait a minute. It goes with the re-engaging of the campus master plan.
Madam Mayor, may I,
Go ahead.
make your life a little bit easier here? What I'd like to do is suggest that the Leveraging Civic Arts Plaza, where we are as a city are funded by sales tax dollars. And we want to make Thousand Oaks Boulevard more encouraging and welcoming to our residents and people outside the city to park on Thousand Oaks Boulevard in front of a business to go utilize their product or service. So the idea here is to give parking passes to the various employers on Thousand Oaks Boulevard between Herbs and Rancho or Old Caneo School Road, allowing the employees then to use the Civic Arts Plaza top floor to park, to bring them off the streets, making it easier for residents to park in front of the buildings and go in and patronize the businesses. And I don't know if this needs to be necessarily a priority or maybe just a department report here. So maybe that would remove it off the list for us as a top priority. But still, Mr. Powers, is this something that would make sense, not necessarily as a top priority? Because to me, I think this is like a week's worth of work to get it done and have employees of our local businesses move up to Civic Arts Plaza. What are your
Yeah,
thoughts?
so just a couple of thoughts there. Love the concept in the sense of trying to be creative in how we manage that finite parking resource. In talking with our team, one of the things we want to be sure to keep in mind, and one of the reasons that the campus master plan contemplates a second parking structure, is that we do have impacts when it comes to performances. And performances often, when we do have performances in the theater, we generally end up at capacity in the parking structure. And so we have crossover challenges there that we would want to be wary of. That being said, there are targeted times in which we have done this. So we've got a current arrangement with the landscaping company that leases space on Tia Boulevard, and their hours aligned. I believe they're like a 6 to 3-ish time frame, and so they're able to be in and out of the deck, and they thus are doing exactly what you said, which is not impacting parking for those vehicles along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. To the extent that there are targeted opportunities to do that make sense, that allow us the freedom and flexibility to not impact our structure when we do have paying customers coming in for performances, I think would be open to that. Looking for Ms. Boscarino or Mr. Surratt, if you have any additional comments to that effect, particularly Mr. Surratt. Or Jamie, if you want to go first. Looks like they got to bring him into the room properly.
Yeah, I don't see Mr. Surratt.
Yeah, I would just echo Drew's comments. We have current arrangement. It certainly makes sense, like he said, in certain situations where the timing works out with when we hold performances versus when the employees would be parking in the parking structure. And with moving forward with the campus master plan, as you mentioned, part of that does entail constructing a second parking structure on the site, which would obviously alleviate any of the concerns with capacity of the structure during performances by having a second structure.
Let me share a thought with you from a businessman's perspective on this. Permits available Monday through Friday for employee parking from Thousand Oaks employees from Herbs to Conejo School Road, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. If there is a conflict with the Civic Arts Plaza, a sign is put out in front says no Thousand Oaks employee parking by permit permitted today due to a performance. Done. So then they have to find parking on the street at that point. They don't park in the structure. Does that make sense?
I'm going to toss that one to Mr. Surratt.
Thanks, Jamie, and good evening, council members. In theory, a solution like that could make sense, and I think as Mr. Powers was indicating, if it's a targeted approach, certainly it's something that we can do as we currently do with the landscape company next door. One of the issues that we do run into is that on occasion we do have performances during the day, and putting out signs such as you were mentioning, Councilman McNamee, could very well fix that issue. It's just a matter of really identifying what the potential impact on the parking structure would be. We're in the middle of an RFP for parking services at the moment, so I recently pulled numbers, and we have instances where on occasion we have almost 500 cars that are coming in for performances. And then sometimes those numbers are down closer to about 200. So it really is just a matter of how many parking spaces we have at how many times throughout the week.
Great. And a sign would work then to say no parking today for our employees on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, right?
Potentially. I think one of the things that we've learned through the pandemic is people don't always read signs.
But you
no matter how many of them you put in front of them.
But you do have someone that's going to take money and a ticket, and if they're not willing to depart with their money and they want to use their parking permit, they're informed they have to turn around and go back out.
Correct. We do have parking attendants when we have the parking structure open for performances. Because we are a public facility, though, when the performances occur during the course of the day, midweek, we typically don't have parking attendants out there because we're not charging attendees to come and park. Or
That's
to,
why,
to
yeah,
come
I
in.
follow. That's why it ends at 5 o'clock. I'm with you.
Sounds to me that this could be another department report after we do a little bit more research on this, rather than making it a main priority, because we're also re-engaging the campus master plan, and I'm sure the parking structure will have a role in that as well. So is that something that staff could come back with?
It is. I'm confident we could put something together with we're going to have a reopening. I'm sure we'll have an update when it comes to theaters reopening. And this would just be something I want to proceed carefully with so we get it right. I want to make sure if we roll it out to business that we don't have to roll it back. And I want to make sure we get it right and make sure that we hit the mark for the business community if they're going to embrace this. So we would be happy to put it within that. Jonathan, are you comfortable with that, including as part of a cultural affairs update where we can kind of go into maybe do a quick analysis on the number of performances that we anticipate for the year ahead when it gets to that point?
Absolutely.
Good.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Jones?
Yes, maybe I missed it. Did we combine homelessness with the affordable housing?
No, we did not.
No,
we did
Well,
not.
are we going to say anything about homelessness?
If you want to, let us just, however, finish the list, the items on this list before we go back. Is that okay? Would that be?
Madam Mayor?
I believe we have 9 items.
Yeah. Councilmember McNamee, go ahead.
Could we go to number 11, Fire Protection District?
Is that now number 11? Okay, it moved from number 16 to number 11. Here we go. Yes, go ahead, Mr. McNamee.
It's moving up with a bullet. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Who would be the one to fire this one up to share the information with everybody?
Melissa has that for you.
Excellent. Let me talk about fire mitigation in Thousand Oaks, if we can move to the next slide. Costco was created in 1977, agreement between the city and CRPD. Its purpose was to manage city-owned property. That's what Costco is there for, manage the city-owned spaces. The Ventura County Fire Department determines the annual fire mitigation requirements for CRPD, executes Costco's mitigation requirements. So those are the players that are involved here at this point. Costco manages the property. It's open space. There's a ring of green completely surrounds the city now and brings to the city what we so love and enjoy here, being able to use that ring of green. The purpose, though, is of defensible space ordinance is to protect some of the properties, assist with evacuations, and the ring of open space is the city's first line of defense when there is a fire. Can we go to the next slide? Fires and its damage continue to increase each decade, as the graph shows. This puts out more CO2 in the air, economic impact, health impact to not only California, Thousand Oaks, but also the country, and actually it reaches around the world. Can we go to the next slide? The Ventura County Fire Department's mitigation requirements haven't been unchanged since 1991, but our climate and other factors have changed. Ventura County Fire Department uses a $25,000 annual system for artificial intelligence technology called Wi-Fi. It performs real-time fire predictive analysis, future fire mitigation analysis, and recommendations. My question is Wi-Fi being used for analysis and action regarding fuel reduction and mitigation analysis? From what I can see, it appears that it's not being used. Go to the next slide, please. Costco used 2 experts, J.E. Keeley and A.D. Safrid, worked to support no fuel reduction policy, and California Chaparral Institute was also used. Their work summarizes fuel reduction doesn't work for wind-driven fires in chaparral areas. However, there's the 5 Ps that are spoken of, that being the people, prevention, planning, protection, and prediction. People focus not on fuel. Prevention, controlling direct human ignitions and power line failures. Planning, communities should be used smart regional planning. Protection, looking at hardening of homes. and prediction, where of wind-driven trajectories, rapid communication of these predictions. Let's go to the next slide. These studies by Keeley and Shepard in 2019's report are outdated. Their research is from 2015 and before. Things have changed. Those studies before 2014 really don't apply. In figure 4 on your right, it shows some 2/3 of the areas burned twice and up to 10 times or more between 2018 and 2017 with the Woolsey Fire and Thomas Fire. Majority of the prior burnings cited in 2019 report occurred between 1960 and 2009. Again, things have changed since 2009. Before Woolsey Fire, no major fuel reduction was done. Let's go to the next slide. COSCA's policy, do not do any fuel reduction, is based on Keeley and Shepard's work to do nothing. This gives us massive fuel for the fire to burn. As an example, in the Woolsey Fire. It's the most destructive fire in the history of Thousand Oaks. It is the 8th most destructive in California history. Again, we are not removing brush. COSCA recommends do nothing to protect our city. Questions have COSCA and the Ventura County Fire Department used most current research specific to Thousand Oaks to determine the most effective fire mitigation goals. COSCA continues to acquire land, which increases the risk to all the residents. Let's go to the next slide. We must do better. The 5 Ps, again, are important, but not the total answer. Those being people, prevention, planning, protection, and prediction. Let's go to the next slide. In summary, I'd like to leave you with this. We live in an area surrounded by brush. We enjoy the open spaces we have. We enjoy our ring of green. The defensible space ordinances and the 5 Ps are what property owners and public entities can do in their purview. 5 Ps need to be implemented in the ring of COSCA's control properties. Let's go to the next one. I want to be clear here that no one is suggesting clearing all vegetation in Chaparral. The purpose is to use current scientific resources available. Update fire mitigation methods with current data from the most recent fires, not data from the 1960s to 2009, which was done in the previous studies that is relied upon for the 100-foot mitigation. Use wildfire analysis, but I want to ask council to consider the following. Ask, as anyone does in healthcare, for a second opinion. We can use something called Cal State Fullerton Fire Science Departments. They've got agreed to conduct a second mitigation analysis. Go to the next slide for me. What that does for us is by using Cal State Fullerton's Fire Science Department, they're able to, over a 2-year period, go look over an area using drones and other software imaging to assess where the setback should be for fire mitigation. 100 feet has been shown through the fires of Woolsey and the Thomas Fire, as well as others, that 100 feet is not adequate in certain areas. It should be further back. And I'd like to have council consider this as a priority because our fire insurance costs have gone up because of those 2 fires, what damage it's done here to Thousand Oaks as well as Southern California. And from that, Southern California Edison has paid out $17.2 million settlement funds, of which 8.5% million, 8.5 million went to COSCA, 3.4% million went to the city of Thousand Oaks, 5.3 million to Conejo Parks and Recs. There's money there. And for under, I don't know what the quote was when I spoke to the professor in charge of this at Cal State Fullerton, but it was under $100,000. I think that's money well spent because out of Sacramento, that if we do this and determine that we need to do certain fire brush setback mitigation, we will have our insurance rates go down for our homeowners insurance. Many fire insurance companies have stopped writing policies in California and in Thousand Oaks, and those that still are have driven up prices so high that some homeowners are struggling to make ends meet. I think this is an obligation we have to our fellow citizens here in Thousand Oaks. It's a minor and a very small financial commitment to do good research and get with the science that's current and not before 2019 or 2016, and make some choices where the brush setback should be as compared to where we are today. Just a blanket 100 feet is obviously not adequate. So that's where I am with this, is making it a priority.
Councilmember McNamee, I congratulate you on presenting the first ever slide presentation at a goal-setting session and priority session. It's not been done before. You are the first one.
Thank you. I appreciate the thought.
That said, some of the points you mentioned have already been looked at and analyzed by COSCA. Brian Stark, Jim Friedland, I believe Fire Chief Spikerman, who is also with us this evening regarding the fire prevention program at Fullerton, Cal State Fullerton. So I would like to call on, first of all, I think it was Mr. Stark. I believe that you're the one I had asked you to actually look into that, correct? And if you could follow up on that, and then we'll have Chief Spikerman chime in.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm responding to here. Was that?
There was one point made about investing, giving money to the Cal State Fullerton Fire Prevention Program. That was an idea presented last, I believe, October or so. And I had asked that staff looked into it, and I believe you replied to me. I can try to find the emails.
But, Madam Mayor, maybe I might suggest while Brian pulls that up, why don't we have Chief Spikerman kind of speak first for context there, and then Brian.
Madam Mayor, before Spikerman jumps in, as Councilman McNamee has expertise in water, I also have some background in fire. We're guided by our fire protection district, who has given us the guidance. The state of California adopted the Ventura County Fire Department's recommendations as a statewide way to go. When I was a structure firefighter, I could tell you everything you need to know about where to cut a roof and how to get the ventilated building, how much water to use, how to, where to put it. I knew everything there is to know about structure firefighting. For wildland firefighting, we relied on Ventura County Fire Departments. They literally wrote the book on wildland firefighting. The recommendations they make of 100-foot fuel reduction zone around structures is, in my opinion, very firm, but they've also become even more exact with having zero combustibles near houses as fuel reduction as part of the hardening that they have recommended. And in terms of Cal State Fullerton, I'm sure they are, they got their stuff together there, and they know what they're talking about. But I'm not sure what we would do with any findings that we got from Cal State Fullerton when we don't have our own fire department. We would still need to be guided by what our fire district recommends. So I'm not sure what the point of doing an independent study. This is really more of a CAL FIRE type initiative that needs to come from CAL FIRE that will then change the law to say, well, we need 150 feet, or we need a patchwork quilting of fuel reductions in open space areas near structures. Whatever they come up with would be something that we could adopt. But right now, I think we're being guided by some of the best people in the business of wildland fire protection and hazard mitigation for wildland fires. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Spikerman.
Well, let me respond to you, Mr. Engler, if I may, before we move on to something else. I appreciate your background and expertise in fire prevention. as I pointed out in my presentation, that right now the policies are based on antiquated and other old studies that still put down the 100-foot brush clearance from a home. And I am questioning whether or not that is actually true and current today, given what's happened with climate change and other elements. When I spoke with the professor at Cal State Fullerton regarding this, he has not come back and actually provided any study or any input to Thousand Oaks. He says he would be very much to work with Thousand Oaks to make this happen through the various software technologies to see is 100-foot adequate in certain areas or does it need to be further set back. To your point regarding guidance from CAL FIRE or Ventura County Fire, we have control over COSCA. It is owned partially by Thousand Oaks City Council, the city of Thousand Oaks, and Parks and Recs. It is a cooperation between the two. Funds are there. When a patient walks in and says, I may need to have back surgery, should I get a second opinion? I always say yes, because everyone has different opinions and different approaches. I am just pointing out that we may be going down an avenue of 100-foot clearance may not be adequate. I would feel better if we had a second opinion from Cal State Fullerton and their expertise in their fire science department that I think is money well spent to see if what CAL FIRE and what we're being told by Ventura County Fire and what's been held as gospel in the fire prevention business of 100 feet as being truly correct. That's my point.
Oh, I understand your point. I just don't see the need to do that because, you mentioned Woolsey and Thomas and that sort of thing. I remember Springs when the 100-foot separation from wildland fuels was 100% effective in reducing any damage when the fire came through Dos Vientos area. So, we can always point to certain things that maybe make a point, but I just think overall, the 100-foot distance between wildlands and structures has proven over the years to be not only effective but accurate. And as far as going further into the fuels, depending on topography, that's already possible. And Chief Sparkerman can speak to that. It's in areas where the topography is dictates, you can go further into the wildlands. I just don't. I think we need to rely on the experts that we have in, and I'll tell you, Ventura County Fire Department wrote the book on this, and they definitely have some expertise that we should rely on.
Thank you, Mr. Engler. Chief Spikerman, would you like to weigh in?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I always look for a challenge for someone to test to see if we're doing what we're supposed to do, and I can guarantee you, with confidence, any test that comes our way, we will prove that we are those experts. And thank you, Councilmember Englander, for that confidence, because I have that confidence, or I wouldn't work for the Ventura County Fire Department. I prepared some notes, so I'll go through these. And I don't know if it answers things specifically. I looked into that Cal State Fire Fullerton program. We have a wildland division that looked into it, and they have a fire model, behavior model like WiFire. We do have WiFire. We also have Behave and several other technologies that we're using. And as they develop, we continue to use more and more of that technology. But for us, here's kind of where we're at. The fire marshal establishes the clearance requirements for our fire hazard reduction program. So that's our weed abatement program. He researches every year, talks with CAL FIRE representatives, and through his research, he's confident that the 100-feet clearance provides the necessary defensible space needed to fulfill the fire department's mission, which is the protection of life, property, and the environment. And we do take that mission very seriously. The fire hazard reduction standards have been in place currently, demonstrate and prove balance of fire protection, fighter safety, protection of the environment, and erosion control whenever we do have a rainy season, which hasn't been lately. And those standards have been adopted by almost all fire departments over the state. They have came to us and said, how do you have these standards? How do you implement these standards? And our success. The defensible space is there for two purposes. One most important for me is to give the firefighters a defensible space that they can stand in to defend those fires, as well as defending, it gives that defensible space for the homes, because we only have so many fire engines. And if it is moving quickly up a hill, it does give us an opportunity to have the fire slow down or possibly go out on its own. In that defensible space, we have been 100% successful in protecting homes, firefighters, and more importantly, citizens' lives in that current standard of that defensible space. Now, minus the 70-mile-an-hour wind. So when it comes to the wind-driven fires, we ask that everyone stays prepared, just like everything else. We're always prepare for earthquakes, prepare for this. We are learning as they do studies. CAL FIRE, every other organization is saying now, one of those ways to defend ourselves for wind-driven fires is by home hardening. So we're currently working right now with Fire Safe Councils and COSCA on a public education program that is going to help teach citizens how to harden their home. So through that current research, I wanted just to mention also before I'm trying to wrap this up, if anybody has questions, but we have the Wildland Bureau, which sole purpose is for planning and wildland firefighting and to mitigate wildland fires. That bureau consists of resources like dozers, helicopters, hand crews, but it also has a vegetation manager as well as a pre-fire specialist who works with state agencies, and both of them are active in research and in intel gathering from all agencies from around the country. So they're communicating with people all the time, from the federal government, from the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, surrounding agencies, as well as across the country on techniques and different technologies to better fight and mitigate and plan for wildland fires. We also have members of our fire department, as Chief Englander or Council Member Englander talked. We have members that are on Type 1 federal and state incident management teams, which end up traveling over the United States. So they'll go to Katrina, they'll go to brush fires out of our state. Some of them went to Puerto Rico. So the expertise and the resources that the Ventura County Fire Department has available to it and to the citizens is at a very, very high level. So, to wrap it up, I'm just going to say, with confidence, the fire department is prepared to protect the citizens of Thousand Oaks at a very high level.
So let me ask you this question then. You're fairly confident and very confident that the 100-foot clearance is adequate, then you would not be adverse to a second opinion coming in to see if that truly is in all areas of Thousand Oaks.
Absolutely. Like I said, it's like, I don't think there's going to be an issue with it. As the fire chief and being on the fire department for 32 years, I am confident, and I'm looking at going, everything that we have, all the data, all the information we can give you from the Ventura County Fire Department. And if you don't trust that, then you can go ahead, and get a second opinion. But I'm looking at saving you $100,000, and you can put that somewhere else into your city.
Now, Chief, last year we spent $200,000 to hire a consultant to write a request for proposal for the waste management. So I think this is a good investment in our city's future and trying to lower housing costs or fire insurance costs in the city. So I trust you, but I want a second opinion. And that's why I'm pushing for this to be done, because I think it's essential to protect the good people of Thousand Oaks. When we had houses along Thousand Oak or Hillcrest burned in the last fire, we had last year the worst fire history in California, where towns were literally destroyed by wildfires. And we have climate change, drought happening, and I really would like to have our city best prepared for such an event. And if it comes out that the 100-foot clearance is adequate, I would be excited that that's the conclusion and feel comfortable that we've got a second opinion that says the same thing.
Absolutely, I understand what you're saying. And for us, like I said, the studies and the CAL FIRE and the different things that we're looking at, that home hardening is that next step. So in a 70-mile, like I said, we are 100% successful on a normal day-to-day fire. When we face that 70-mile-an-hour wind fire, that is the wind that's pushing those embers into those places in those homes in that 5-foot zone, in that 30-foot zone, that's igniting those. And so those studies and the different resources we're working with are saying that home hardening piece is that next step. And that is what we're doing. We're investing in that, educating the public on how to harden their home.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much, Chief Spikerman. Councilmember McNamee, certainly it's always very good to get a second opinion, but I have to say that in the 25 years I've been in the city of Thousand Oaks, not as long as perhaps Councilmember Adam or Councilmember Jones, but the Ventura County Fire Department has always been first and foremost prepared, educated, informed, and they wouldn't do anything without checking for the latest research first. I have the utmost trust in our fire department, and comparing consultant fees from a waste hauler to, say, going to CSU Fullerton is not quite the same. However, because they're two very different contracts. But I think that we can rest assured at night that whenever there is a fire happening in Thousand Oaks, that we have the latest information available. We have the best trained firefighters. So I would really not be all that inclined to go and seek out Cal State Fullerton at the cost of $100,000, simply because the latest information technology will always be made available to fire departments across the country, and that's really all that I have to say, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues as well.
That, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Actually, let me clarify
Mayor,
something before you jump.
could I add on to that,
Because
please?
what happens here
Yes.
is under 100,000.
One
It's more
second,
like
Mr. Adam.
I just want to clarify, it's more like 70,000, but it's under
Okay.
100,000.
Mr. Adam, go ahead.
Okay, so we've been on this now, what, a half an hour? Number one, could we get it clear once and for all? The money we spent on the consultant for the waste hauler agreement has been fully reimbursed to the city. Okay? It's a fact. Number two, this, whatever it is, $70,000, $100,000 for the second opinion, as we second guess our Ventura County Fire Department, which is an award-winning fire department with cutting-edge technology, will not be reimbursable. Okay? And Chief Spikerman's absolutely right. The real focus should be on hardening the homes in these areas. That's how fires start. The last fire, it blew across the freeway. How many feet is that? 300-400? I don't even know. So anyway.
I know.
Just to,
You know, I
Your
gotta
frustration
tell you,
is visible, Mr. Adam.
Mr.
you
Adam,
put together this PowerPoint, and all it really did was critique in a rather harsh fashion our fire department and Casca.
Mr. Adam, we're going to talk about council norms later on.
Mr. Adam, I'd like to point out that the reimbursement.
Well, I don't know what you mean by council norms.
No, I'm
These are-
just
these are
saying.
facts.
Yeah,
And I'm saying that I agree with Chief Spikerman.
Yes.
That the fire department knows what they're doing, and we should focus on hardening. And no, I wouldn't be in favor of spending $100,000 to get a second opinion on our fire department and the fire district. And again, the $200,000 that we spent for a consultant was fully reimbursed. Is that not true?
It is
not
true.
It is not true, and I want to speak, Madam Mayor, about this because
About what is it?
That $200,000 reimbursement was paid for by the people of Thousand Oaks because that was figured into their rate paying that they would put in every month. So it was not reimbursed by the company. They figured that into their total price per month, and that was paid for by the people of Thousand Oaks.
Mr. McNamee, the contract of the waste hauler management contract is not really on the agenda for this evening. I mean, we are already putting it into the council goals, council priorities with the, is it the climate action plan? Did we decide to do that? I'm not quite sure. But let's just move on. It appears that council members are not really in favor of seeking a second opinion to second guess the fire department, as Mr. Adams said.
Let's hear from Mr. Jones. I'd like to hear what
Mr. Jones, go ahead.
No, I wouldn't mind pursuing this at a later date. I think we've heard enough about it tonight. And I'm not in favor right now spending money for another opinion.
Okay.
Could we go on to homelessness?
Yes.
before we finish?
So we will then have considered number 16 on the original list discussed.
Madam Mayor, could I
what is
interrupt
that?
for just a second? I'm counting, and obviously I'm not adding up very well. Can we have Melissa put the list of
Yes.
priorities back up? Because I've already counted 10, and you all keep
Okay.
saying, I think I've missed something. I just want to make
Okay.
sure that.
I thought we had 10 as well.
Which one was number 10? Let's see. Let's go
Waste
down.
hauler.
Did we do that separately? We did consider that separately.
Yeah, and that was based on Mr. Finley's and Mr. Powers' comments regarding the, the significant staff resources going to both of those.
So perhaps I think what I may have heard there is there was a bit of at that time you were transitioning to look at the additional items.
Yeah.
Okay.
We certainly think that's a key priority item.
The
based
last
on the level of involvement there, but
the last item
if you want
was
to
number
exhaust
17.
The remainder of the list, we just want to make sure we isolate the 10.
The last item was number 17. Parking at Wildwood Park, which is really under COSCA. But it doesn't appear that will make it into the top 10 list
What I'll
either.
do on that one, for the research that I've done and working with that community who has been, in my opinion, abused by what's going on.
Okay, go ahead.
With the decision-making process, I'm going to defer and ask COSCA if I could make a presentation to them about the results of the survey, the focus group, as well as observations and possible solutions put forth by the good people of that neighborhood that all are workable and may work. So I'll just table that one and present it to COSCA, because I agree with you, Madam Mayor, that it's COSCA, which is composed of 2 city, 2 recreation and parks, and 1 outside member to make that decision.
Is that something you can do with them basically offline, where you can meet and make the presentation separately?
I'd like to make it at a COSCA meeting so the public is aware of what the survey results were, and that the people be heard who are most affected by the parking lot and possible solutions. But that's up to COSCA board if they would entertain Mike doing that presentation.
The only thing the only thing I want to caution you about is, again, this is a COSCA matter, but if you're going to be discussing city neighborhood issues, which are under the city's jurisdiction, for you to do a presentation at COSCA, that would result in a majority of the city council being at one meeting discussing a potential city issue, and that would require us to notice it as a city council meeting.
What does that mean in action? I'm not clear.
So again, based on my understanding of what you are talking about, you're talking about the parking lot, but you're also talking about the impacts to the neighborhood. The parking lot is under the exclusive jurisdiction of COSCA, but the neighborhood issues are under the jurisdiction of the city. Since we have 2 council members who are on the COSCA board, for you to do a presentation at the COSCA hearing, at the COSCA meeting, that would talk about not only the parking structure, not only the parking lot, but also neighborhood impacts, which are under the city's jurisdiction, that would result in 3 council members talking about something outside of a city council public meeting, and that would be a violation of the Brown Act, unless we agendized it as also a city council meeting and had basically all 5 of you there.
Can we do that?
Well, we could always do a joint meeting, but it's something that we would need to discuss offline if that's something that you're interested in doing.
Yes, and that's one of the complaints that the neighbors had because of the joint issues going on here. No solutions are being offered, and they are the victim of Parks and Recs, or Recreation and Parks with COSCA, with the city, and nothing is moving. And that's one of the issues that leads to frustration for those neighbors who are greatly impacted with quality of life issues.
Well, and it'll also give us an opportunity then to explain everything that staff has been doing over the last year or so.
So I saw that Jim Friedel's here from the CRPD South COSCA. He's probably the most connected in with that. So I just want to make sure for those that are watching, for the council may have questions about this, that the involvement to date and kind of where things stand. Brian or Jim, you comfortable jumping in here?
I can address some of these issues. COSCA has been working for at least 4 years since a community meeting of Wildwood neighbors to address issues at the Wildwood parking lot. We've taken a number of steps over these years to address issues with after-hours use of the trailhead. We've installed gates, and we've hired a private security company that opens and closes them to have them more secure. The Thousand Oaks Police Department has helped address some of the crime reports there. They have installed cameras and signage about preventing theft and not leaving valuables in cars. Currently, the Thousand Oaks Police Department does not rate that area as, having any more crime than they would expect in any other neighborhood. Regarding comments about dust in the parking lot, we did ask the community if they'd support paving the parking lot, but the community didn't support that. As a result, we explored environmentally friendly dust suppression compounds. We treat that parking area annually for that. We've installed signage that shows alternative parking areas. So we have directed overflow parking into parking lots up at the Wildflower Playfields and Wildwood Community Park. We've also added those to trail maps to inform people of alternative parking areas. There were reports years ago about traffic accidents at the corner, but the city's Public Works Department studied the intersection, developed and installed median improvements, which has resolved that problem. The community did ask us to identify and advertise other areas, and we regularly do that. In fact, there is no promotion of Wildwood Park at all, and you won't find mentions of advertising of that anywhere in Kostka, CRPD, or the city. And we've even talked with outside agencies about promoting it. So we don't, and we've established the Conejo Open Space Challenge as an opportunity to inform our community about alternative places to hike. There's hundreds of other great trails, and we encourage everybody to get out there and see them. Kostka is also working with the Department of Public Works on the new bridge down in Hill Canyon, and that'll provide safe passage across the creek and really allow us to increase capacity of visitor use in that area. We're still on schedule to start construction on that late this fall. And once the bridge is in place, we'll advertise the official address of Wildwood Park at the Hill Canyon site and drive people there. We've also, the CRPD has, I guess, moved their programming from Wildwood. So their open space and outdoor unit programs have been moved to other places besides Wildwood. Right now, Kostka Rangers do spend the most time concentrated at Wildwood than any other open space area. And we have been able to bring in police support at times of heavy use. While we've tried different ways of, considering the parking, many of the neighbors that, would want to have the parking lot closed, Kostka feels that if we close that parking lot, the nearest available parking is in the neighborhood adjacent to the parking lot, and that would probably just drive the vehicles into that neighborhood, exacerbating problems. We have informed the community of their options for establishing a neighborhood parking restricted zone that would restrict parking to residents. And that's the option that puts the community in control of what's happening on the streets around their neighborhood most effectively. But that's something that the community has to bring forth through the Public Works Department and process. So that, and as we move forward, we hear the neighbors in this area, in these areas, and we're doing everything we feel is within our power to address their concerns. And we'll continue to look for ideas and try new things.
Question for you, did Kostka or CRPD do the survey that was mentioned?
Kostka had no role and CRPD had no role in the survey.
Where'd the survey come from?
Councilman Adam, I was approached by the people in the neighborhood that there was an issue going on there, and I thought it would be good as a council member to hear them out. As I listened to them and observed, I put together a focus group of the 15 to 20 homeowners that were most affected near that parking lot. From that focus group, I went and sat in that parking lot, sometimes a day at a time, and observed 500 to 1,000 cars going in and out of that parking lot, and those that couldn't get in parked in the neighborhood adjacent to it, creating a very great issue of quality of life. From that, I developed a survey of the focus group's suggestions on how to identify problems and how to fix it. I went and delivered over 224 surveys. And of that, I got a 54% response rate with more still coming in. And they all come up with creative suggestions that completely bypass what has been put forth by COSCA or CRPD at this point. But let me share with you what I have observed or has been
Mr.
documented
Mr.
by
McNamee,
the other- Yes.
I have to interrupt. This is considered a COSCA issue, and the city attorney is advising me that perhaps this is something that we can have COSCA handle rather than the city at the moment.
Now,
Because
you allowed Mr. Stark to talk about problems and solutions, and I have spent hours on this with
Sure.
my staff. And
Exactly.
I'm not afforded the ability to come down with some of the quality of life issues that they're facing.
Oh, no, absolutely. This is something, I will see if Mr. Stark or Mr. Friedel, we can put something on the agenda or handle it differently because of Brown Act violation concerns. And so that you can present that to the appropriate body. But since COSCA is not specifically agendized for tonight, Ms. Noonan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying, as I said before, COSCA owns the parking lot. So the city does not have the authority to tell COSCA what to do with the parking lot. And it's entirely up to COSCA as to how to manage the parking lot and the open space. It's not within the city's purview. The reason why we created the COSCA Joint Powers Authority was to completely segregate the city and the park district from those types of decisions on the management of the open space. So I understand that the residents are, that there are some residents who are not happy with how COSCA is handling it. But my recommendation would be that the residents continue to work with COSCA on this since it is a COSCA matter.
And I am asking if I may present some of the quality of life issues tonight. I acknowledge that this is not a council issue, it's a COSCA issue, but I would like to get maybe perhaps acknowledgement from Mr. Stark and Jim Friedel and anyone else that's involved here to allow me to present this to the COSCA board, who will be the ultimate decision maker on it.
Well, and why don't I offer this as a suggestion, if I may? I've heard of a task force of a handful of neighbors that you work with, Councilmember McNamee, and I certainly would imagine Brian and myself, the two of us representing the city, CRPD, and then of course Brian is COSCA itself. We could go ahead and meet with you and that group of folks. We do want to be a good neighbor. I will say that Wildwood Regional Park has been designated as such, a regional park for close to 50 years. And it has been there since before many of those homes were built. And as a regional park, it's intended to serve not only the city of Thousand Oaks, but the broader region in Eastern Ventura County. So to have 500 or 1,000 cars, which is probably less than go to a Starbucks, go to a regional trailhead is really not an unexpected occurrence for a parking lot at a regional trailhead. So that the reality is the public is going to go use the regional park, and we want to be as good a neighbor as we possibly can. So we're happy to go have a meeting directly with just those neighbors. The COSCA board already considered whether to have an ad hoc committee to start to look at this, and they did not move forward with that. And they've heard from, about this issue now for a couple years. So we've been probably addressing this for 3 or 4. There is still some unfinished work, again, like Brian mentioned, the bridge. And so that should hopefully help even more.
But if there's something, some stone we have not overturned, we're willing to go and sit down and meet with those folks. So I guess I'm committing Brian, but Brian and myself would be happy to meet with that.
So what you're telling me is that a council member is not going to be able to present at the COSCA board, even if we do make it into a council meeting where I'm able to show up as one of 3 council members there, because you just want to meet with the neighbors and not let necessarily the public know what's going on in that neighborhood.
No, I don't think. We're not.
I'm suggesting the most affected public will know exactly where we're coming from, and we'll hear directly from them. And, we don't really play gotcha games with respect to public, meetings and agenda items. And we generally don't like to just put stuff on that's a surprise to everyone. So we try to work things out to the best of our ability. And if we have left some stones unturned, we are happy to meet with that neighborhood and you, Councilmember McNamee.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem Engler.
Since we are skirting on Brown Act violations as we sit here with 2 COSCA board members present, and since this is not, the parking lot is not our parking lot, I'm not sure why we're continuing to discuss this much further, because I think Councilman McNamee has made his point, but I don't think we're in a position tonight on a non-agendized item to decide that we're going to have a joint meeting with COSCA.
No, and
it's something that we really don't need to discuss much further.
No,
and all I was asking for was just an opportunity for about 3 minutes to present some of the quality of life issues, some scenarios. But I thought best for the sake of time, I was going to table it. But it obviously unraveled here. And like I say, I'd like to just present this to the COSCA board and or meet with the neighbors with the appropriate people from COSCA.
I believe that Mr. Friedel's offer is a good one in that you can talk to in that Mr. Stark and Mr. Friedel, and you can present and meet with the residents directly. As if you make a presentation before COSCA, as the city attorney mentioned, that would be a Brown Act violation, and we certainly don't want to run into that. So, Mr. McNamee, if you don't mind, setting up an appointment with Mr. Friedel, Mr. Stark, and the neighbors, and see if you can have a conversation about the issues with Wildwood Park parking.
I'd be happy to start off at that level with Mr. Friedel and Mr. Stark. It would not be a Brown Act violation, according to the city attorney, if we do make that part of a city council type meeting, that we're able to do that with 3 members there. Is that correct, city attorney?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, Councilmember McNamee?
That I said that I would be happy to meet with Mr. Friedel and Stark and the neighbors to go over some of the data and some possible solutions that, yes, some stones have not been uncovered, overturned. And if I need be, I would like to approach COSCA directly, and we can do that not as a Brown Act violation, but do that as a council meeting that you suggested. We're able to do that.
Well, again, that's something that we will have to discuss offline since it's not on the agenda, but yes, we can discuss that offline.
Thank
what
you.
The next steps would be.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, and now can we take a look at our list of the 10 goals that we have? All right, let's see. We have all the way 1 through 10. Should we run through them real quickly? The number 1 is, of course, the biotechnology. Number 2 is the homelessness issue that Mr. Jones wanted to discuss. Number 3 is the general plan combined with the regional housing needs assessment. Number 4 is investment in post-pandemic community recovery. Number 5 is to reinvigorate our cultural arts center community and supporting our arts groups who have been hurting quite a bit this last year. Number 7, complete the training and implementation of the comprehensive land management system. Number 8 is to re-engage, reactivate the campus master plan. We don't really need to say creation because that's already been created. Number 9 is the operating budget and including infrastructure. Number 10 is the citywide waste hauler agreement. Let me see where, did I miss number 6, the climate and environmental action plan? There we go. Okay, Mr. Jones, you wanted to talk about
Well,
homelessness.
I didn't know if Jim Fryhoff was here tonight and we could get an update on the homeless situation. That's what I was interested in.
I'm not sure if he has,
So-
even if he were here tonight, not sure if he would have that information.
I mean, we used to get a report from our previous police chief about how many we had at that time that were homeless and what some of the steps were being done. I just see homeless people around town, and I just wanted to know if we could have a brief report on what's going on.
We can certainly agendize that for a different meeting as a
Okay.
department report, as an update on homelessness from the committee of Mr. Engler and me. That's
Well,
certainly something we can do.
That's fine. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if it's helpful, I think we could give a very high level, just touch on the current numbers. Ingrid, do you have that handy, or is that Chief Frau?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So due to COVID this year, there was no point in time count. So the report that Councilmember Jones is referencing, we did not provide that update to the City Council. However, our vulnerable population officers are regularly engaged with our unsheltered population. And the count that we have right now is around 300 persons who are experiencing homelessness.
Okay, well, I'm just glad to see that it's high up on the list, and that I don't know if we have any ideas about dealing with it any further than we are now, but it's kind of sad to see here in our community, and I don't know what the answer is, but I just am glad we're paying some attention to it.
Yeah, the committee of Mr. Engler and myself, we have been having ongoing discussions and meetings regarding this. And I believe that Caltrans is going to clean up a lot of the litter along the 23 freeway. At this point in time, nobody will be displaced in this pandemic. Unsheltered persons will not be removed by any agency, not by Caltrans, not by us. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and people have to live somewhere. But in the meantime, we are looking at different options. We were hopeful we would have a positive update on our activities, on our efforts, but so far we are having to remain we have to remain patient a little bit longer. Mr. Engler, not sure if there's anything else you wanted to mention? No? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh.
It took me a second to unmute, sorry. No, the homeless situation, unsheltered people is very, it's a very difficult situation, as we all know. We have been making some progress with some of our nonprofit groups in town to house some people who are especially vulnerable to, in the vulnerable groups as far as COVID is concerned. But the numbers are up a little bit this year, and we are continuing to look for more permanent solutions that fit within the guidelines that are set down by law and by the courts.
I see Jim Fryhoff is here. I wonder if he might like to add anything.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. Just as Assistant City Manager Hardy explained, our numbers have increased slightly. One thing, if you look at the last couple of years, although the numbers have remained consistent in the mid 250s or so, the people that are experiencing homelessness are different. Our vulnerable population officers are doing a really good job of connecting those who are experiencing homelessness with family members, with services, the Veteran Affairs Administration, behavioral health, to get them caseworkers or into treatment so that they can, if they're suffering from addiction issues, that they get into that as well. One thing is the courts have made it clear is they do not want homelessness to be criminalized. And so we're doing everything we can to help drive resources to those who are experiencing homelessness. For those who are in our social services network, they may not feel comfortable going into some of our homeless encampments for fear of people that are armed or experiencing mental health crisis or substance abuse or all of the above. And so when we created the vulnerable population program was so that we could have officers go in with those social services providers to work directly with those who are experiencing homelessness to try and get them into a better situation, whether it's reconnected with family or connected with services to, help them out. So that's the approach we've all been taking. We're hoping that at some point we'll have better opportunities for those who are experiencing homelessness. But I think as a city, we're doing a very good job of not only providing those resources for those experiencing homelessness, but at the same time, holding them accountable for things that we would expect, whether it's, theft, drinking in public, and other quality of life issues that have a negative impact on the neighborhoods that surround some of the encampments as well. And so it's a delicate balance that we're trying to walk to make sure that we're holding those who are breaking the law accountable and then making sure that we're helping people with their quality of life in our community, as well as driving those resources to those experiencing homelessness.
Thank you very much. That's very informative. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting this to go forward right now.
I will use this opportunity for anyone who is watching right now to remind you that to please refrain from giving money to panhandlers directly and to instead donate money to the various nonprofits who are helping or which are helping homeless populations. And that one of those agencies would be Harbor House, that is a locally funded, a local agency. Another one is Lutheran Social Services. So certainly encourage residents to donate to charities rather than to panhandlers directly. All right, and with that, I believe we have our list of 10 priorities. And is that now the time where we vote on them? Or do we have to go the goals as well? Ms. Noonan?
I would recommend that you vote on the priorities first.
Yes.
And then move on to the goals and then move on to the norms.
Okay, then Madam Clerk, I will call for the vote.
Madam Mayor, can we get a motion?
Oh, we need a motion first. Who would like to do
I'll
the
move
motion?
that we approve those 10 items.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones moves. Please vote.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Wonderful. We will now go to item number 3, which is to review the citywide goals and the council norms. And as we stated at the beginning of our discussion, we will be moving the item of the diversity, inclusion, and so forth into the goals under either A, B, or make it a standalone. Mr. Engler.
And if the council chooses to be a standalone, there's not as much focus on the goals on the 10 items because these are more evergreen. They come from year to year. So if that's the council's purview, you can decide what you'd like to do there. But I know Melissa has language she can pull up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Powers. I believe, Madam Mayor, that I would probably like to see it as a standalone because I truly think that that's one of these things that we really need to have as a set aside priority that everybody knows we aim to be an inclusive location.
Certainly, and the wording that we have in front of us would be a standalone item saying create a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive government and community, regardless of race, color, ethnicity, religion, sex, physical or mental ability, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, age, language, education, and or socioeconomic status. I believe that we have everything packed into this goal. And where would you like to see that? I'm asking my colleagues. Is it something that we should move as item A or B? I believe that it should be very much near the top, if not the top goal.
So we're talking about making it a standalone goal, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Madam
You
Mayor,
should.
could you read that again? Because I didn't see disability in there. I was reading it a third time. Do we have disability in there?
I think it said ability. Let's see.
Okay.
Can we call
The
that
one-
up
the one-
again?
that's
Yeah,
definitely-
physical or mental ability.
There's no.
Physical
or
ability.
mental. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Very good. Goal A says provide municipal government leadership, which is open and responsive to residents and is characterized by ethical behavior, stability, and all that. Certainly, that has been our primary goal for going on more than 10 years, I would imagine, maybe even, yeah, longer than that. And certainly, point B, operate city government in a fiscally, managerial, responsible, and prudent manner. I think that this particular goal should either be A or B.
I would agree, Madam Mayor. It should be, high on our goal list. And I would imagine it's going to be an evergreen goal for the foreseeable future. So, wherever you would like to put it up there near the top is fine with me.
Okay. The last sentence in Goal A says that while recognizing and respecting legitimate differences of opinion on critical issues facing the city, I'm guessing that that might be a good segue into this new standalone goal, and then move operate city government into C and all the others below that. What do my colleagues say?
Sounds good to me.
Mr. Engler?
Yeah, that works for me. If it comes in as the B is fine. As long as it's a standalone, I'm pretty happy with it.
Mr. Adam?
Yeah, standalone is very appropriate.
Would you like to see it as A or B?
I would almost like to see it right underneath our title, City of Thousand Oaks, citywide goals, that it's our manifesto in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have our 10 goals underneath of it. I don't know if that's possible or not, but
Anything is possible.
it seems to just really, it's the basis for everything.
It
seems
is.
to override everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would answer many
It
of
all
the
starts with that.
Yep, that's a good idea. Very
and
good.
Madam Mayor, I think it answers many of the things that the speakers tonight emphasized. So I think that's good.
So kind of make it as a mission statement that we normally have
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
Mhm.
there you go. Mission statement, manifesto. Yeah, I like that.
Okay, that sounds very good. I'm in agreement with that. Mr. Councilmember McNamee?
Yes, I'm fine
Okay,
with
good.
moving it to where it is
Good.
because it sets the
Okay.
tone for the rest of what we have there.
So I'm asking staff then if we can just add this particular statement,
So we're
then
gonna,
under,
we've just moved it to the top of that,
Yeah,
to the top of
as a
that
s-
list. So it'll be the first element that's seen in the budget and all those things.
correct. First element everywhere.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And the rest, is that still up to date? Is it dated?
Are they all relevant, the rest of the goals?
Yeah, I says implement high-quality revitalization projects within Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I mean, we have been doing that, develop a pedestrian-oriented, viable, and self-sustaining downtown, continue to support production of long-term affordable housing. I think that all of these goals are kind of evergreens. Let's see, cultural programs and services, general plan. Oh, E, provide and enhance essential infrastructure to ensure that the goals and policies of the Thousand Oaks General Plan are carried out and the city retains its role and reputation as a leader in protecting the environment and preserving limited natural resources. Well, no, it sounds all evergreenish to me.
Well, let's just put the equity inclusion at A, and then I think we got it.
Oh, so you do want it as A, not as a subtitle or mission statement?
Well,
Yeah, I think just Mayor, the city does have a mission statement, so I would just suggest that we keep it at A for
Okay,
clarity's sake.
all right.
Yeah, we do have a mission statement, that's true.
Yeah, okay, we have one about extraordinary service.
Right,
Okay,
right.
all right,
Yeah, I
well then we make it A.
A, I think that's good.
All right,
Do we need a motion?
yes, we do.
Move the goals
Okay,
with the addition of A. as our
A new A,
top-
replaced
our new top goal.
by the statement that was presented to us tonight. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Adam,
Yes?
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill De La Pena.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. And the last item is going to be City Council norms. We have 7 norms at the moment, attachment 6. Does everybody have a copy of that? And here we are. We have all 7 points. If you want to read through them really quickly and let me know if there's anything you would like to change. Treat each other, staff and members of the public respectfully. Do not criticize staff or others in public. Follow the rules and adhere to the rules. When the mayor holds speakers accountable when the mayor pro tem is being attacked, and then Mayor Pro Tem will do so if the mayor is attacked.
I'll be your wingman.
Okay. And let's see. Speak only for yourself, not for other council members, including during campaign cycles. Do not speak for other council members in the press at any time. Number 4 is keep comments from wandering into being indirectly critical of other council members. Number 5, discourage supporters from coming to City Hall to criticize other council members. Number 6, do not make assumptions. Do not question motivations. Number 7, and we haven't been able to do this, after each council meeting, we are supposed to acknowledge each other. Before actually that, we were supposed to shake each other's hands, and we stopped that many years ago, but at least to acknowledge one another, especially in this pandemic. These council goals were, city council norms were affirmed in 2018. Any changes to them?
I don't have any changes, but I'd like everybody to know that I am giving you a virtual handshake right now.
Thank you. I can't see you because of the shared screen.
A lot of people can't see me.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
No, I would, I think I'm in favor of these norms. We could maybe add that during Zoom meetings, we have to use the raise hand feature that Councilmember McNamee and I like so much. But I think we can go with what we have now.
I like that motion.
Okay. Actually, that brings me to a question that I have real quick regarding the council goals that we just adopted. I would actually like to add to our ethics training and sexual harassment training, cultural diversity and sensitivity training for council members. And I'm wondering if that is something that my council colleagues would be willing to do. I'm not sure whether that is really part of council norms. That would be separate.
Madam Mayor, I think that that's probably more appropriate, and maybe the city manager can jump in, but that's probably more appropriate in our municipal code. We actually have an ethical code of conduct, and requires not only city staff but also city council members to act in an ethical manner. And maybe that's where it should go, and staff can certainly bring something back to the council on that in the future.
Okay. Is that something the council would like to entertain, to be brought back?
Yeah, sure. We already have, certain required education and that sort of thing. Adding this also addresses some of the inclusion and diversity sensitivity that we probably need to have.
We are requiring it of our employees.
Right.
So
we should be part of that as well. So I know that it is already available on the
iEvolve.
iEvolve, website. And that is something perhaps we can take a look at, or have staff take a look at, and select certain of the classes that would be beneficial to us.
My question to the city manager, Mr. Powers, why, if we're city employees as council members, why are we not required to do that?
There are certain mandated trainings that are part of for elected officials. And then there are other trainings that fall into the category of employees based on their employment arrangement with the organization. Now, while you're technically employees and do receive a paycheck, you're in a different classification.
We're special. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Adam, you look like you may want to say something.
No, I'm good. I mean, as Drew said, we do have certain requirements and testing that we have to take each year. So I'm sure that will expand over the years to come.
Yeah, we can beat the state to it. We can just do it ourselves.
And
Okay.
again, since it's not on the agenda, we can certainly come back
Okay.
with something.
Certainly, that would be wonderful. We could bring that back
Then it-
on the agenda.
In the meantime, would you like a motion on the norms?
Yes, somebody I thought had made a motion already. No, but
I
go
don't
ahead.
believe so, but I'll move the norms.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Adam,
Yes?
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill De La Pena.
The answer is yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. This concludes our study session at 10:20, and we will see each other again in 2 weeks, April 13th, the beginning of Ramadan. Have a wonderful week, a good weekend. See you then.
Virtual handshake to all.